Hello, gamers. It seems that you've posted cringe in my feed. Unfortunately, that means that one of our crew has to die. As you can see in the top left, we've lost our bravest soldier. Rest in peace. Every day we stray further from let the heresy begin. I mean, if he doesn't know about it, then it's not a big deal. Just nobody tell him. It's like, no, Lud, you're not invited to the sleepover. Nothing important happened. We didn't replace all of the crew with AI. Don't worry about it. Fully automated run. Yeah, more or less. Tactically, we do deploy this kite, but the condition for this run is not to lose crew. So as long as the kite retreats before the battle starts, it's fine. It's just the limitations of neural integration. Which I do sometimes see people say that best of the best is too powerful. But I really think that best of the best is fine, balance-wise. And the reason people think it's powerful is just because they hate D-mods. If you accept that D-mods are really not that bad and embrace derelict operations, this is pretty clearly like the strongest skill. It's ridiculously good. Yeah, check the top left, Digitalized Mind. You'll see that I've listed the identity of our unfortunate lost soul. They didn't die, they were just fired. But D-mods put the angry orange on my ships and make them look bad, exactly. No, what you have to understand is you have to change the way that you think about it. Instead of thinking of those orange bars as like downgrades, you have to think of them now as upgrades, because they actually make your ship better. Why do I have this? Wait, when did I get this? What happened? How come I have a Colossus? I don't remember doing that. Did I buy a Colossus? Why would I do that? Am I stupid? Is there a lore reason? It's the curse of the Omega. Is there a lore reason I got a Colossus? Am I stupid? I don't think I salvaged it because I'm right here. That would be weird. That would be very strange. Oh, you got it. That's right. Got it from Zunya. Of course. There is a lore reason, and I am stupid. You should do a community post to crowdsource ideas for mods. Also, the Nixerlin alternate starts that come with other mods are crazy fun. Yeah, it does seem like there are some scenarios that you can do. I should probably do those, because I was trying to playtest a mod that rebalances the economy last week. You know, that's why I was messing around with the settings a little bit. I think I tried it. I think I was just playing it too much, because eventually I was just like, no settings are good. They're all bad. It's just, yeah, I think I spent a little too much time doing that, because I felt a little burnt out. Which is why I'm probably not going to start a new Star Sector run immediately after finishing this one. I think I'll shift over to making videos again. I'll still be streaming, I'll just stream other games, like Master of Orion. I'll bring back the Money Fish. Live stream those, and then instead make, like, Star Sector videos. Go back to doing some fleet builds, and some tier lists and all that. Yeah, it's finally time for the unbalancing mod. Well, you know what I find really fun? One thing that I did find was a lot of fun was just taking the XP multiplier and cranking it up to 4. The game is just more fun if you level up faster. Well, that and if system bounties actually give you money. Because right now, by default, system bounties, they just don't give you money. So what I did is I increased the level up, the XP multiplier by 4, and then they took system bounties and tripled the money they give you. And if you do that, you can actually start at level 1 with helmsmanship. You can take your wolf and your kite and go kill some pirates. And it's still not as profitable as black market trading, but you do actually make money. Enough money to buy some more ships. Like, it's not like a complete waste of time. And because the XP is multiplied so high, you level up pretty quickly. So you don't feel like a complete idiot for skipping industry. You can actually, like, reach level 5 and get 5 combat skills just from doing some system bounties. And then at that point, buy like a destroyer or something as your flagship, and then go on to do something more important at that point. And it's kind of fun. I don't know, maybe I'll fine-tune the numbers a little bit and post that mod on the forums. See if people like it. But yeah, I think the last thing we've got to do is we'll just grab a few more ships and add it to this fleet. Doesn't need to be exactly 240. I think it's pretty strong as is. And then we're going to... I might not even grind reputation with... What's-his-face? Ryan. I might just use... I believe you can use dev mode to just increase reputation with people. So that hopefully we can find that bounty. Hello there. How's my favorite artificial overlord doing? We're doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I've recently decided, wait a minute, because I was playtesting the mod idea, but then I was also like, wait a minute, why don't I just make video games? And so now I've started taking some tutorials on Godot, or Godot, or whatever you call it. It's like, screw this, I'll make my own video games, with blackjack and hookers. You know what, forget the video games. Of course, that's all a long way off, just starting out. It's kind of fun. It's like, I feel like game engines, a big brain game maker, yeah, exactly. You know, can't wait for 2 years from now when the Big Brain Studios publishes our first video games. The first impression I'm getting is that game engines are basically just Legos for adults. They're a little more complicated, and there's a bit more of a learning curve. The more you figure it out, the more it's just like you plug a bunch of stuff together, and it's like Legos. It's like at least that's the way Godot feels with like the whole node system. You plug this node here, you put a little script there, and now things actually work good. Lego crossed with spreadsheets, yeah. That's a good way of putting it. So my number mod wish would be a multiplayer mod for Star Sector. Yeah. Although implementing multiplayer is always a pain. Legos crossed with tons of things, actually. It's Legos for adults. We'll leave it at that. Okay, so I think I'm going to go visit Rayan. I'm going to raise our reputations, and then I'm going to cheat. I'm going to hack the mainframe. You know, game.hack, you know, like function game.hack run. You know, that sort of thing. And I'm going to raise our reputation, so that way there's actually a chance of spawning the bounty. And in the meantime, while I wait for that to happen, I'm going to collect some more ships. Maybe throw in some ramparts or something, if I can find any. Can you explain your hacking style in Fortnite terms? Well, I would have to understand Fortnite to be able to do that. So it's kind of like when you're hacking the mainframe, it's kind of like dropping out of the battle bus at the and your entry, the method you use. Vulnerabilities are like choosing where to land as you glide in at the beginning of a round. Now, just because you found a vulnerability doesn't mean that you've won. Now you've got to actually work your way through the system, which is kind of like finding gear in a Fortnite match. So basically, you drop in tilted towers. Yes, at channel name. That's exactly what I was getting at. We drop in tilted towers. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think Potsky is that. I understand perfectly. Excellent. Good, because I put a lot of thought into that explanation. Yeah, I think one of the things about Star Sector is that the combat mechanics and like the fleet customization are just by far the best part of the game. Like I don't really care that much about the economy. I know that you can raid trade convoys and watch planets decivilize, but I don't really find all of that stuff too interesting compared to the fleet combat. Like that stuff is a lot better. It's a lot more fleshed out. It's the main focus of the game. So having a system of like just being able to save customized fleets and then battle them against each other. I mean, there is a way of doing that with the right mods. It's just a bit tedious. So having that built into the game and streamlined would be really nice. Hello from Ukraine. I love watching your content. First time watching you live. Well, good to see a name I cannot pronounce. Drop in Tilted Towers, go to Tomato Town to Seal Club noobs, then get that Victory Royale so you can chug jug with your homie. Yes. Yeah, Plotsky, that's exactly it. Theory crafting fleets and testing them against each other. You can, it's like there are, with the right mods, you can do that. It's just that it is a bit tedious. Like, you've got to go into the game, use console commands to spawn in all the stuff, build the fleet, save it, use a mod to save the variants, then take those, put them into a file, put them into a fleet, and then you have to open like the JSON files to like list out which variants you want in the fleet and what officer skills they're going to have. It's a little bit tedious. But it is still pretty fun. I think Star Sector is an RPG and your character is your fleet. Well, isn't your character? Because you have skills and you level up? Your fleet is more like your equipment. Except that there's like a weird durability system where sometimes they blow up in combat. Okay, so wait. Yeah, I'm going to talk to him, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to, game.hack, activating lay dev mode because I am a lay epic hacker. Options, reputation, increase. There we go. Excellent. Yeah, so none of these are what I'm looking for. Did I set him as important? I did, okay, so he can have more. Wait, what? Oh, right, this is the guy, okay. Wait, so the contact that you get from the Scythe of Orion is very high importance. I think that's the only case in vanilla where you get very high importance, right? The highest I've seen otherwise is just high. The only time I've seen very high is in mods, but this is... So this would be like the one time in vanilla. What's your biggest piece of advice to new players? Oh, biggest piece of advice? I mean, it depends on... Like, the thing is, a lot of the time new players struggle with different things. So, like, if I see a post from a new player complaining about something or asking for advice on something, it's oftentimes different things. It's like one of them might be, oh, the economy is too hard, I don't have enough supplies to keep my fleet afloat. That's a common one. So for that I would say, like, you need to focus on quantity over quality with your ships. Because sometimes new players will just grab every ship that they can and build, like, this big monster of a fleet. But a lot of their ships aren't actually... They're not actually adding value to what they can do. Like, they have a bunch of ships that are just adding bulk to the fleet, but not really adding any extra value to the fleet. So you're just paying a lot of money to keep those ships around for not much, and you're not gaining much out of it. So a lot of the time you need to trim it down to like the most important and the most valuable ships. And that can help you make your fleet more affordable. On the other hand, sometimes people are like, okay, I want to learn how to fly my ship and do combat, but it's really hard to learn. And for that, it's like, okay, try going to the missions tab and doing the first couple of missions and just practicing, because even if you blow up, it doesn't matter. It's not a real ship. I guess you can also do that in the simulator now, too. Well, that's always been an option in the simulator, but now the simulator has more options. But like, I guess the missions tab can let you practice with stuff that you don't have access to yet, like bigger ships and all that, if you haven't unlocked them yet in the campaign. If you turn in Planet Killer to hedge, you also get a very high importance contact. Okay, so basically wherever you turn it in, you get very high importance. That's interesting. There's a pirate arms dealer that knows almost all blueprints, and you can get him as a contact. Okay. So there are a couple of ways of getting very high importance. The key to being good at piloting is abusing the AI with an afflictor. Well, that's not being good at piloting. Oh yeah, you know, if it's your first time, play on easy. Feel free to save scum. You know, turn on autosave, and if things go wrong, just reload an autosave. Don't be afraid to use the black market. So, yeah, there's a lot of advice that I could give. I don't know what one would be the biggest. Just because different people tend to find different aspects of the game to be a hurdle. Yeah, I guess I can also sell this or scrap this. I don't really need this thing. Yeah, that's a good example of how what I was talking about with keeping your fleet down to the essentials. Like, I have all my good combat ships, and then for logistics ships, I just keep 1 Prometheus and 2 Atlas, and I put S-mods on them to make them more efficient. I don't like, past the early game, I'm not dragging around like buffaloes or anything. Like demodded buffaloes. No, I just scrap those. They're good for, like, they're useful in the early game, but past a certain point, just get rid of them. Right, I guess I'm doing these. Sure. Maybe, alright, I do want to pick up some more, so let's see, warning beacons. Oh, convenient, it's right there. It's a medium. Although I probably would rather go to one of the red zones. Right, I think the original purpose of these bounties was to raise relations, so I don't really need to do these. Oh, you can't even abandon them if you want to. Oh, wait. Oh, right, this is the... Okay, so this is a system bounty, and this one's an actual bounty. So this one doesn't matter at all. Gotcha. A mercenary attack? Whoa. We're going to ignore that. Just ignore it. No Oxys salvage rigs. I don't usually bother with salvage rigs, although you could probably make a case that they give you enough value. It's just, you don't need them. It's like I'm spending credits on something that's supposed to make me more credits, but only if I'm doing enough salvaging. And if I'm not doing enough salvaging, then it's just draining supplies and fuel. And the credits up front to get it. Two salvage rigs are a must-have. I don't know, I just never really bothered with them, and I never had any issues. Maybe I could get to the end game faster if I bought them. Just never really bothered. Yeah, what are they? They're like 2 supplies a month, so they should be... I probably should be buying them more often. What is the theme / RP for this run, if any? Well, the theme is not losing any crew. Which means that we can't salvage debris fields because they have a small chance of losing crew. And all of our combat ships have to be fully automated. I usually have a Nebula in my fleet because it looks neat. Now you see, that's the best strategy. Just have ships that look cool. Yeah, I guess the best value you're going to get from salvage rigs is when you're salvaging those stations, because they're usually going to drop some kind of decent material like rare ores, transplutonics, volatiles. So getting a percentage of extra on those can probably pay back the salvage rig. How much do I need to cut back if I want to afford this? It's not too bad. Yeah, so there are like 2 crew members on that kite. But they leave the battle immediately, so they're not in any danger. They're only 20k, you only need 200 supplies / fuel with a salvage rig. I mean, 200 supplies is still a lot. Right, because they're also, like, that's still, because it's not just, like, the base value. You need to get 200 surplus from the salvage rig itself. Like, think about the math on that. That means that you have to be getting, like, what's it giving you, like 25% for one? So you need to get like 800 supplies worth. And then it's going to give you 25% on top. So by the time you've earned 1,000 supplies from salvage, then it's paid itself back. Not counting the fuel, and not counting the monthly supply cost, which admittedly, those are pretty low, so I don't think it's that much of a concern. And that's, of course, if you're just looking at supply income and not looking at any of the other things you can be earning. It's Lud's strongest warriors versus Mammon's weakest abominations. Bro, I think I reapered my own, yeah. It's still alive, though. Come on, you can hold out. Don't be... It's just a flesh wound. See, we don't have to be concerned about it, because there's no people on board. How is it that the Legion is the one that's all the way up there, and these two are still back here? Riddle me this, Batman. Okay, how is it dodging all of that? Stop. Stop dodging. Take the Reaper like a man. You're a true believer in the path, you just eat Reapers. It's true, I read it in the Book of Lud. Thou shalt eat Reapers. Let's see, what new D-mods do we get? Okay, so it's engines, power grid, structural. I'll just send a couple of those after them. So now it gets malfunctioning comms, which is... yeah, we'll see in a second. I think that one affects fighters. Fighter engagement range reduced by 40%. That might not be a bad thing. That might be a good thing, actually. No, I'm definitely not coping. Yeah, 9 out of 10 ships say Reapers are tasty and nutritious. Look at that. Another 50 OSHA inspectors. This is a very safe operation. I think at this point we have more inspectors than we have crew. That's the power of bureaucracy. Okay, warning beacons. Yeah, let's go to... do I actually know where any... hold on. No. We're disregarding your promotion. You're staying crew. Yeah, I don't know the location of any probes, so I'm probably not going to get ramparts. I'll just have to grab whatever remnant slop I find. Yeah, that's a lot of green. Yeah, that's a lot of green. Let's see. Yeah, and chat was going to be filled with nothing but green and lobster for a little bit. And it seems like, I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like the last couple of them have actually been getting people who are in chat, who are active in chat, because I think, like, the first couple of times it was, like, I didn't see anyone, like, immediately being like, oh, wow, I can do emotes now, but I feel like the last couple of times there's been, like, a number of people who are just immediately like, lobster. Oof. Sorry, Balanoid. Yeah, unfortunately. I need to come up with more good emotes. Because it's mostly just lobster. Although, the Reaper... I don't know, the Reaper looks alright. Sebastian looks good. Have you read/played The Invincible? Read/played. I'm not... I don't think so. Needs gas station man. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, I could probably throw the AI cores in, because I'm already using them as membership tokens. That little membership icon, so I could probably just throw the AI cores in. And gas station manager is a good meme. What are you going to try playing next to playthrough? Second in command? I'm going to think about it for a little bit. I think for the next couple of weeks, I'm just going to play other games. And I'm going to focus on actually finishing the Star Sector videos. Like, at least getting that first tier list out. Because I decided to, like, animate some parts, which... oh boy, that makes things take a while, but it does look really cool, so I do want to finish it. And I'm just going to take a break from playthroughs. And instead just play, like, Master of Orion. FTL. Crew lost your mom. Yeah, someone noticed. Maybe I could throw in some of the FTL aliens. Throw in like a mantis or something. My god. Another 20. My chat is just full of people who are... I don't know. There's something's fishy about it. Tax evasion, maybe. Money laundering, possibly. But there's something fishy about it. Between Podsky and one cooler guy. Something strange is afoot. I miss your FTL playthroughs. Yeah, I think I'm going to bring... Well, wait, how long ago was the last one? It wasn't that long ago. The one where I did the mantis. Let me just check. That was a month ago. Okay. Which, depending on your point of view, you could say that's not too long ago. You know, if you're being generous. Yeah, maybe for my next run, I should run just second in command, Nixerlin, and UAF. And just start as the UAF. And just go crazy with it. Just throw semi-breves. You know, that's it. I'll play as UAF, but then also I'll multiply the XP gain by 4. So that I just level up insanely fast. I'll just make the game... Let's say, fuck balance. I'll just make the game really easy. Just make it super easy. Just take all of the most broken abilities from the second in command. Take all of the most broken ships and weapons from UAF. Level up 4 times as fast. And just go crazy with it. Maybe that's what I'll do. I am a dog. It is that long ago. Ah, unfortunate. I hear there's a lot of dogs on the internet these days. I mean, what can I say? Sucks to be you. Lamau. Try being born as a human next time, idiot. Then you'll live more than 5 years. Oh wait, I'm sorry. What, 10 years? Stupid. Are dogs overtaking cats on the internet? I hope so. Yeah, I might try Void War. Heck, maybe I should just download Void War and do that tomorrow. Any clues to when the next Brawl King will be uploaded? So he said that he hopes to get the first bits done by the end of this month. And will you be narrating it? That's the plan. Honestly, maybe I should, Yeah, I think once I finish up with this run, at the end of the stream, I can show you guys my Brawl King fleet, because I don't, nobody, everybody's fleets are locked in at this point, so I don't think showing it would be a problem. Yeah, I don't think it shows up here. So I could show it, because it's kind of cool. Although, I do think I'm not going to win this tournament. Nah, no spoil surprise? Yeah, I guess there's that too. It's I don't want to spoil it too soon. But also, I want to talk about it, because it's pretty cool. There should be a draft phase. That would be really cool, I just think it would complicate things, and it would take a long time to implement all of that. Someone is definitely bringing just a bunch of Grendels. You can bet on that, Crawler. Hey, are you... What is that? Hold on. Let me get a closer look at your profile picture there. I don't recognize that kind of Crawler. As long as you dumpster the Grendel fleet, I'll be happy. I should have a good matchup against the Grendel fleet. I'm not worried about it myself. If it was me, I wouldn't let that happen to me. It was some PFP I got off Google Images 16 years ago. Well, nice. Still need to change it. You've been doing it. If you've been running it for the 16 years, I don't think you're going to change it anytime soon. Embrace Anubis spam. Yeah, it looks like... who was it? Was it... was it SCC or was it someone else? I can't remember, but I did see the video of someone doing a safety override Anubis. And having 3 of them beat the Tesseract. Yeah, because... So I kind of don't like the idea of a safety override Anubis. I think it kind of runs counter to what the point is. Like, it doesn't really do its intended job very well if you run safety overrides with its limited range. But at the same time, safety overrides is just insanely good on ships with temporal shell. So it's definitely a good choice. It's definitely effective. It just gives me the ick, that's all. Is 2 times Paladin, Giga, and 2 HMG still a decent build for them? Yeah, I'd say so. It's a very respectable build. Safety of Rides is probably stronger, but... it's not like that's still a decent build. Anubis too squishy? We'll see. It is squishy, but I don't know if it's too squishy. Alright, let's see if we can collect any of these. I'm going to add them to my collection. I mean, you know the AI is pretty cooked when it doesn't even spawn in deployment. You know, one thing that I'd like it if it was easier to modify would be the battlefield objectives. Because some of them are kind of fun, but some of them, like some of the setups, like the rectangle setup where they're in the 4 corners, I kind of hate fighting on that map. Like, I'd be interested in a map where it's just like 4 of them aligned horizontally, and that's it. They're just a straight line across the middle of the map. I think that could be kind of fun. It might actually be terrible, I don't know, but it sounds fun. And I'd at least like to try it, but that takes a little more than just editing a couple of text files. No Fulgen in fleet? Yeah, I don't have any. Oh, well, did I? No, I think I do actually have one back at home. I'll probably grab that. You could make a decent escort for something. I think that's going to be the niche for the Fulgen. It's gotten buffed quite a bit. And especially with Energy Bolt Coherer, if you stack that with Escort Package, it'll probably make a decent escort. Especially since Escort Package means that it's not going to, like, even though it's reckless, it's not going to run away too far and get itself killed. Alright. Well, speaking of Fulgent... and I did get the Alpha Core. There's like a 15% chance. Yeah, I think it's... so the base chance for each core is like 20% for Gamma Core, 10% drop rate for Beta Core, and a 5% drop rate for Alpha Core, but then it's multiplied by the ship's size class. Maybe that's another thing I'll do in my next run, is I'll just make the drop rate 100% for all AI cores. Just to make life that much easier. Do I have anything I want to add it to? I guess I could swap this. Or maybe I'll just drop it in here. Congratulations, you have been promoted. Yeah, I gotta say, playing the early game a bunch of times to test out some economy changes made me really realize that the pulse laser just kind of not very good. Like, there's a lot of weapons that are supposed to be good in the early game, and then they kind of fall off in the late game, but they're not even really good in the early game either. It's like, yeah, you could use a pulse laser on your wolf with an ion cannon, like the default setup. Or you could say, screw that, and just get a heavy blaster and some sabos. And the heavy blaster and sabos just kills things better. It just does so much better. Opinion on quiche. It's alright. Not crazy for it, but quiche, it's just there's definitely worse things you could be doing with eggs. Yeah, I think I'm going to try Void War. Ejecting crew into space does not count as crew lost. No, of course not. Because, you see, they're not when I'm ejecting them into my space, they're not my crew anymore. That's the difference. Let's see if we can find any, let's explore the system. Let's not just leave immediately. Let's have a little peek. Let's look around. See if we can find anything. It's a red zone. There's got to be like a research station or something. Yeah, I can just predict the future. No, not to brag or anything. Man, 28 for this thing. Okay, but what if I try this? How do they behave? Have you ever played Space Pirates and Zombies? That's a name I've heard, but I haven't played it. Yeah, sometimes, well, I think it's the reason that the research station is here is probably because it's a binary system. Like, they tend to show up around spatial things that are interesting, like black holes, trinary systems. And then the chances of them showing up are a lot higher in high danger systems as well. Get a phased cargo ship for RP reasons. I see you. It's like if any of the AI cores misbehave, we shove them into a Revenant and send them into phase space as punishment. It's like the AI... Putting an AI into a phase ship is like a machine equivalent of waterboarding. Why has crew lost your mom? Because she is. I hate to break the news this way, but she is. This is from the battle. Let's see what we get. Dual flag blueprint, alright. Yeah, and we can't salvage the debris field. Which certainly makes the whole looting part of the game a lot less fun. It's like, I can feel it. There's definitely something in there. Do I want a Nova? I could fit a Nova. I mean, this is temporary. We can just slap on whatever. Yeah, that does not have enough flux. But so be it. Yeah, let's S-mod that. Because if I do keep it around, that's what we're going to be doing with it. Oh, fully integrate it while we're at it. Why not? Let's juggle these skills around a little bit. Seems a little more manageable. What about an OSHA run but with modded drone ships? Yeah, that'd be expanding on what we're doing, but I feel like it'd be a bit too close to this run. Going with the same gimmick. Nova only if to pilot yourself. I mean, there's got to be a way to make it work for the AI. I managed to tame the beast. Princess. Surely. Sure, I could tame a Nova. With just a few rally civilian ship commands. What if you wanted to ram into the enemy? It's like, what if you wanted to ram the enemy fleet, but God said, rally civilian craft? Tame, he says, with a kilometer-long pit bull on a comically small leash. Yeah. No guns run, damage to ramming only. I mean, there are a few mod ships that can do so, that have, like, specialized ramming abilities. I don't think I would get very far into that run, but, yeah, that's something you could try. Yeah, I think my next run is going to be just being overpowered. And then I'm probably going to follow that up with the opposite. Go with, like, Starpocalypse. Okay, let's fire some of these. Oh wow, I didn't even need to fire the Reapers there. We got him good. Call it a quality of life playthrough. Don't worry guys, it's just quality of life mods. I didn't make any major changes. Is that a Tesseract in your fleet? Look guys, it's just a quality of life, okay? I mean, don't you think it's a bit silly that there are ships in the game that you can't put in your fleet? It's not overpowered, it's just quality of life. Star Sector IGN playthrough. Well, in that case, I just have to remind everyone that every 5 minutes that this game has a little something for everyone. It also makes you really feel like the Starfarer. Welcome to my IGN review. This Star Sector game really makes you feel like the Starfarer. It really makes you feel like it puts you in the captain's seat, in the driver's zone, like you're really flying a starship, like you really are the Starfarer. And because of that, it's got a little something for everyone. It's rough around the edges, but it has its charm. Yes, return to form. That's another good one. It's a return to form for the indie space combat genre. See, now, of course, the one mistake you're not allowed to do is to give a game anything less than a 7. You're scarily good at that. I would be. IGN should just hire me to read. I won't write the scripts. I should just read the scripts. Or maybe I should write them too. No, that'd be too much work. I'd have ChatGPT write them for me. Just a more nasally voice. Yeah. Star Sector is a return to form for... Is it something like that? Star Sector is a return to form for space RPG combat. It's a little rough around the edges, but it has its charm. It really makes you feel like the Starfarer. It puts you in the driver's seat and really makes you think about things the way that a Starfarer would, whether it's managing supplies or choosing to avoid or perhaps engage in a little tomfoolery. And in the background, there's saturation bombarding a planet. Overall, I have to say, a quality experience, even if it's not for everyone. But it has a little something for everyone. Yeah, I think we'll just go back home. Grab the rest of our ships. And see if we can get that Tesseract bounty. Oh, hold on. What does crew lost your mom mean? Now that, Starfarer, is the right question. Fish is the reason I study English. One problem an IGN writer can't get through the tutorial, or... I mean, it depends on the reviewer. Some of them are that bad. Some of them can actually play video games. And that's kind of the reason why a lot of their reviews are inconsistent. It's easy to... It's fun to... It's really easy and fun to cherry-pick nonsensical reviews. But that's because, you know, a website has a bunch of people on staff, and so different people are writing the reviews. Sometimes you get a review where they're like, this game... You can have two reviewers from the same website say that the game is too hard or too easy. And they're talking about the same game, but it's just because one of them actually plays video games and the other doesn't. Yeah, implying IGN reviews aren't already written by ChatGPT. Well, the thing is, if you watch... I've clicked on some IGN reviews on YouTube, and what's always super funny is that the way people react to the reviews. Because if the review parrots the popular opinion about a game, then you'll find in the comments people being like, damn, this reviewer really knows what he's talking about. IGN, you should hire more guys like this. And if they don't parrot the popular opinion about a game, then it's like, damn, this is just goes to show why IGN is a garbage website. So don't think the gamers are getting off the hook that easily. The gamers are also wrong. It's like the quality of a review is just, does it agree with me? Which is probably, that's probably part of the influence on why the reviews have to be so bland. And use a lot of generic language. Anyways, my opinion is not really my opinion. I'm just basically basing my opinion off of the Donkey videos about video game reviews, because obviously he knows what he's talking about. It's like if someone were if I'm to sit here and start talking about my opinions on video game reviews, and someone were to hit me with that image of, hey, that's a cute opinion. Did a YouTuber give it to you? You know, all I'd have to say to that is, you got me. Yeah, you got me. Guilty as charged. Yeah, the hegemony runs... Oh, hedge funds run IGM. Oh. I thought you were going to say the hegemony runs that and tie it back into Star Sector, which would have been more creative. I'm going to have to dock points for not doing that. Yeah, I don't really need any of these. Although, I've got to say, I did try tweaking the recovery rate on enemy ships at one point. But the thing is, ships with, like, what's it called? Rugged construction kind of mess with that. Because if you try to make it so it's really hard to recover ships, these fuckers still show up. So what happens is, if you make it too hard to acquire new ships, you just kind of, like, pigeonhole people into spamming hounds and vanguards. I'm a free thinker. I get all my opinions from covert Russian operatives on obscure basket-weaving forums. Exactly. The Star Sector version of IGN is run by Tritac. That makes sense. There probably is an IGN in this universe. You know, not a lot of video games tackle the fact that in the future, video games are probably even better. I bet the people in the Star Sector universe have a version of they're playing like Star Sector 7 in like VR with a smelloscope. Like they've got, like they can go to Jangala and smell the fungal spores infecting them. Like they've got the best video games in this future. The problem is that you actually need a lot of money to like get a setup that can actually play those games, and that's why you become a spacer, is to save up enough money from your dangerous job as a spacer so that you can buy a gaming rig. That's what it is. Huge AI cores at 4K, yes. Huge AI cores, that's what that would be used for. You got it. Should I run missiles instead? Because I could do this. Just go a bunch of Reapers. I mean, really, I should probably... Reapers and neutron torpedoes would be really good. But to do that, I'd have to, like, go out and kill some stuff, some threat, and have to farm them to get some neutron torpedoes. I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe I'll just stick to the beams. I mean, actually, this, for a build that I kind of slapped together out there, this is not bad. It's a heavy blaster boosted by high energy focus. When you factor in the 10% flux reduction, it's not that bad. Could even throw in a flux distributor. It's pretty close. It's got decent range. Maybe I want to throw on frontal shield conversion, so it's got a decent arc. Yeah, as an escort unit, this seems alright. You have any work for me? I'm not even sure why this is like a mission. This is an odd one. It's like, oh, you're going to need to build a colony that provides a resource over years. It's like, why is this even a job? Like, what? No new colonies have been made in, like, the last 100 years. Why do you think that I mean, yes, I can make new colonies, but you don't know that. Yeah, I'm not going to destroy a station. Yeah, it's probably going to be a while before I can actually get the Tesseract bounty. At the very least, I can go back to my colony and pick up some of the ships that I got in storage. I'm going to disregard you. Oh yeah, this colony is really flourishing, huh? Look at it, beautiful. Moisturized, in its lane, flourishing. I mean, for a size 6 colony, 200,000 credits isn't super impressive, but that's partly because, A, no commerce. In fact, we've only got 3 industries. The 4th one's not finished. Oh, this can shut down. No commerce. Yeah, let's get a Star Fortress. High hazard rating. Yeah, that's kind of it. Commerce is like... You get to size 6 with 3 industries and a commerce, and that's how you make the big bucks. Yeah, I merely need a steady supply of 10 organs for 5 years straight. Why do they think you're Why do you think they're unemployed? You gotta have a point there. Pirates and Ludic Pathers can technically make new colonies. But do those colonies actually produce anything? Because that's kind of a key component of that quest. Help! Help! I'm being saved against my will! Shut up, Jon Snow. You don't know anything. You know nothing. If you look under the market tab, they do produce stuff. Well, they produce probably, like, crew. But I'm not sure they produce, like, regular resources. Or at least not in any significant... Yeah, their accessibility has to be, like, 0%. Yeah, Lego Meister. Maybe that is what he meant. Maybe he was talking about crypto. Star Sector 0.99, the cryptocurrency update. Now there's also like it just adds like a stock market where you can trade different like alternative currencies to credits. And totally not scam people. No, we would never do that. I think it was just fuel production, right? Because I've got mining, refining, orbital works. Oh yeah, you can see we have got a bit of a drug shortage. But remember, a drug shortage at your mining just reduces colony growth. It has no impact on the output. So at size 6, that doesn't matter at all. It's kind of an interesting... Because for every other thing, if it's short, it reduces the output of the building it's in. That's true for every other input. But for recreational drugs on mining, it's like the one thing that doesn't actually affect the output. It just affects colony growth. Yeah, Dowd coins. What's causing the shortage? Probably... Huh. What is causing the shortage? I guess because we need 6 and the highest output is 5? Really? I guess if I put an AI core here, they would fix that, but it also just doesn't matter. Yeah, let's just go home. Let's pick up some ships. And then we're gonna bully Ryan. Sleeper cells. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure since we did Scythe of Orion, these are just gonna stay sleeper cells. Although sleeper cells do still have an impact on your colony. I remember seeing something like that in the files, but it's not... I forget what it was, because it was something subtle. Something that doesn't matter too much. I wish I could remember what it was. Oh, I think it affects hostile activity. It's like sleeper cells increase hostile activity compared to just having no cells at all. Something like that. You guys are getting busy. So did the Tritachyon... Wow. Grew pretty fast. So did the They launched their fleet. Oh, there it is. It has not arrived yet. I guess we'll kill that. Oh, I still have another Alpha Core. Nice. Oh yeah, I do still have these. Okay. Yeah, okay. I didn't need to grab... I see now. So I could grab one of these. What do I want? How much does that put me at? If I slap an Alpha Core in there. Automate ships 170. Okay, that's starting to affect the performance of these ships. So gotta be careful with that. It's probably because of you. So I slapped an Alpha Core in this one. Maybe I should have not done that. Let's get a Nova. Throw a Gamma Core in there. Okay, so that's 39. Ooh. We still haven't even maxed out. Huh. Because this wasn't a problem before. So what's the maximum that we can do here? We can only afford to lose like 30% at most. Ideally standard 20%. Maybe I've just got to take them without any cores, but that would be bad. Yeah, I think putting an Alpha Core in here is a mistake. Although it is kind of... I guess I don't really need to use all of my deployment points. I think we're going to be fine without doing that anyways. Let's just grab a couple of these. 201? That's one too many. We'll just throw that in. What do these guys got? Missile racks extend... Okay. Missile racks, hardened shields. We'll just copy that. Throw in a nice Gamma Core. Does that take us up to 122? Beautiful. You can get integrated. And you can get integrated. Yeah, so it's combat endurance, target analysis, and then those two. Like that. Beautiful. Oh wait, did I change this one? Whoops. Yeah, no, we don't need that. We want this. Okay. That looks good. I mean, I could probably... I don't know if I want to pilot the Nova, though. I've already got my Radiant all kitted out for that. Okay, so I can't... I'm not quite strong enough in their eyes to just bully them into going away. Okay. So pretty soon... 13 days. Oh, you know what? I should probably grab some fuel. Because it's kind of hard to refuel. My capacity is too large. That's better. Now I can worry about... Yeah. I wonder who that is. I wonder if the game would be more fun if enemy ships had more powerful loadouts. What do you guys think? Would that be annoying? Now, I don't know about making them more powerful, but... That thing has sabos? Oh, I must have missed that. I guess it's fine. I mean, it's working pretty well here. Maybe that is how I should build them, is one of them be sabos. That seemed to work pretty well. Yeah, because one thing I've been thinking about is I think the factions would be kind of more fun. Not necessarily more powerful, but if they had like more sub-factions. Because right now there's like the Lion's Guard. But what if there were different Tritachyon sub-factions that had different specializations? So you could imagine like one of them only uses phase ships. Maybe another one uses like plasma burn and plasma jets. And like maybe like temporal shell. So like they specifically only use those ship systems. And then they have special loadouts that are different from the default Tritachyon. So you could have like different sub-factions within each faction that sort of have distinctive fighting styles. Because like the existing factions are pretty broad. And so every fleet feels kind of like a soup. All of their fleets feel kind of like a soup that's just composed of like everything the faction has to offer. And so having different sub-factions that like instead of broadening what they can do, actually narrow in and focus on one specific aspect of the faction. The Anubis overloaded trying to stop some Reapers. Now that's embarrassing. Like, bro, like, what do you think your job is? Your job is to stop missiles. You overloaded trying to stop a missile. You're not very good at your job. I don't think these matter too much. We'll just drop those now. Kinda like Iron Shell. Well... No, I think that's going a bit further than what I'm imagining here. I don't mean like having their own planets or anything. And I don't mean having like their own ships. I mean like maybe 25% of Tritachyon fleets spawn in as like the sub-faction of, let's say, phase ops. And they're listed as phase ops, and they use the Tritachyon phase ships. And they just don't use the other ships. I mean, we do have, like, the Tritachyon special mercenaries that pop up, but those aren't, like, generic fleets. Right? And if you think, well, phase ships would be annoying to fight, and it's like, what you could do is you could make sure that this sub-faction only has loadouts that are not annoying to fight. Like, you could deliberately build them in, like, badly. So, or maybe not badly, but, like, build them in a way that's less annoying to fight. So instead of, like, normally for phase ships, you would max out, like, their capacitors. So what you could do is instead put 0 points into capacitors and put those points into, like, heavy armor instead. So that way they're a lot easier to catch, but then they're a bit more durable when you do catch them. That would probably make them, like, you know, less annoying to fight. And it'd feel different from, like, the default Tritachyon when you do fight them. And then again, you could have another sub-faction that specializes in, like, plasma burn and temporal shell. So they run, like, scarabs. They'd have, like, Scarab and Anubis and Shrike and Fury as, like, their main ships. And so having all of these ships that have, like, these mobility systems would feel very different to fight compared to, like, another fleet that has, like, a Paragon. Isn't there a mod on the index for that? Is there? Because I would like to see that. Yeah. Phase only would be definitely controversial. But I think you could build them in a way. You make sure that they don't get phase coil tuning, and you just make sure that the loadouts that this subfaction uses have 0 capacitors, and have like reinforced bulkheads and heavy armor instead. I think it might be I might be able to do something like that, because there is the Sindrian Dictats Lion Guard as like a template that I could kind of like copy paste into the other factions and then just redo everything. Although it sounds like a bit of work, it might be doable. Yeah, don't need that. Alright. Tesseracts. Do it now. I'm using my streamer luck. Whoa. What is all this? Oh, that's just the rest of the mercenaries. Oh, right, of course. My mistake. It's an assault detachment. Which of you guys is the... There's Operations Command. Get back here. There we go. Yeah, I just killed one of you for fun. The rest of you can go attack Tritachyon for me. Isn't Lions Guard purely a defensive faction? Yeah. I think that's one of the downsides, is I don't know how I would change that. Still the OSHA run going? Oh yeah. We're about to finish up, because at the beginning I said that the end goal would be beating the Tesseract bounty fleet without losing any crew for the entire run. And yeah, it's really all we have left to do. We've got a fleet that's about strong enough. Should be doable. We just need to get the bounty to spawn. And activate streamer lock. I don't think it worked. Yeah, sure, we'll kill that while we wait. It's got some odysseys in it, could be fun. Yeah, because I was building some, like, themed fleets. And that's kind of where I got the idea from, is like, wait a minute. Some of these themed fleets feel like they could actually be fun to fight against as, like, a sub-faction. So one of them I was working on was the example I gave of, like, the plasma burn. Is like, this sub-faction only using plasma burn and temporal shell. But not only that, but I also restricted the weapons. So they would only use, like... For their medium weapons, they were like their energy weapons, they were only using the higher hit strength ones. So there was no beams, no pulse lasers. They were only using like heavy blasters and plasma cannons and antimatter blasters. They were only allowed to use the high hit strength ones. And then for their missiles, they were only allowed to use sabos and salamanders. And having a bunch of shrikes and scarabs and furies running at you with nothing but heavy blasters and sabos, and then also there's a bunch of salamanders flying at you. It's not like it wasn't exactly hard, but it was definitely felt very different. Like if you neglected to protect your engines, you were in trouble. And so it feels like having these kinds of distinctive sub-factions with their own fighting styles. Could be a fun addition to the base game. Yeah, we don't need human officers around here, boy. Get. Yeah, it's just gonna be somewhere around here. Oh. Looks like somewhere is here. I mean, they have D-mods, too. I mean, these things... If you want to make an Odyssey scary, you gotta give them S-mods. I'm not even gonna deploy the Radiant. I'm just gonna... Oh, someone is... Hold on. I made a mistake. Which of you is... You? Yeah, just get out of here. Go on, get out of here, scamp. You'll be fine. You little rascal. But yeah, this is kind of like, I mean, this is honestly pretty close to the sub-faction I was talking about. Right, Scarab, 2 Furies, 2 Odysseys. There's an Anubis back there. But I think, like, if you want to give something an identity, you need to trim it down. Right, in each faction, if you trim it down too much, then it's kind of too narrow to plausibly be a faction. So instead, what you do is you divide it into sub-factions. So you have like one sub, like, I mean, you'd still have like the main faction that's sort of like a mishmash of everything, but then each of the sub-factions could narrow in on one thing. You could have one that specializes in like phase skimmer. Like phase skimmer, EMP emitter, so you could have like one that's got like Medusa, Omen, Paragon, and have those be like part of one faction, one sub-faction. And then they could have like a different weapon setup. So like one of the other one would use like heavy blasters, this one would use like more phase lances instead. Right, and so then fighting each of them would be like distinct. Even though, strictly speaking, they're still working with the same tools. Like, I would still limit myself to ships within the faction and weapons within the faction. Just making sure that they feel different from the default. How's the salamander so fast? Yeah, the ECCM. Yeah, I think he's going to get away. Yeah, 300,000. Easy. Pegasus Codex tab. Well, it's interesting you say the Pegasus, because that one kind of breaks some of the rules. Because strictly speaking, let's see. Midline is supposed to be the so-called cruiser school. But strictly speaking, the Pegasus kind of defies that designation. Right, the Conquest, even though it's a capital ship, it's a battle cruiser, so it fits into the battle cruiser, into the cruiser school. The Pegasus, yeah, it mentions the cruiser school, but like, why? Traditionalists criticize the Pegasus's staying power under fire, while counter critics respond that if a fleet finds itself under sustained heavy fire, it has already made a serious tactical error. So I guess the argument here is that it fits into the cruiser school because it's not meant to be a frontline battleship, it's meant to be fire support with its missiles. It's an artillery ship. It's a sniper. But yeah, I think that could be interesting. Because then, but then you'd have to do the same thing with the sub-faction splitting. You'd have to do the same thing with the other factions too. Which, hey, for the hegemony, that'd be really easy. You just have one sub-faction that, like, you could have one of the sub-factions exclusively uses 14 variant, the 14th battle group variants. You could have another sub-faction that refuses to use midline ships, right? Because the hegemony is not the low-tech faction. The Church is the low-tech faction. The hegemony is a mix of midline and low-tech. So you could have one of the sub-factions completely refuse to use any of the midline ships and only use the low-tech ships. You could have one of them prefer the longer range options like Gauss cannons and hypervelocity drivers, and you could have another one prefer shorter range options like heavy needlers. That sort of thing. Alright. Tesseract. Okay, is there a way to... Maybe... Wait, hold on. Maybe if I activate dev mode, is there a way to refresh the options? There might be. Okay, wait. What does dump memory do? Wait. I don't know what this does. Does this... It's probably a dev tool that doesn't help me at all, does it? Yeah, it dumps memory, duh. Force refresh is an option. But don't remember the command. That's unfortunate. Refresh. List commands. Okay, let's see. There's definitely some stuff to nuke. Nuke is a command, that's cool. We could nuke somebody. Force market update. Let's try that. That might do it. Yeah, that does it. And then I can just do this. Okay, so I do think I have to close out and then do this. Then I can open this up. No, this looks the same. I don't think it's actually doing anything. Oh no, it does look a little different. Okay. Organics, supplies. This is different, right? Okay, let's accept this. because that one doesn't matter. And then we'll try it again and see if it adds something to replace it. No, I don't think it is. Oh no. Wait, does the astral description say that it uses it? Did the hegemony? I don't think so. Few astrals serve in hegemony navy due to the high... Yeah. Few is not 0. So according to the lore, there are some astrals in hegemony service. Which is probably written that way because the astral was one of the first ships added to the game. Like the Astral, the Wolf, and the Onslaught are some of the oldest ships. Yes. It does give you guys it does give modders a perfectly valid reason to create a 14th battle group Astral. So if there's an upside to it, that would be it. Yeah, I don't think I can update that. At least I don't know how. But hey, we can get a military base. That's cool. We can get our high command. Honestly, does having a military base or high command really do anything in the current patch? Like, how much does it really do for you? Other than look cool. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have some fleets flying around and I could decide their composition. But I'm not sure that does a whole lot for me. High-tech onslaught when? I believe people have done that. Oh yeah. I mean that's another example of something you could do. Is you could make one hegemony faction that exclusively uses low-tech ships, but then you could have another sub-faction that instead spams carriers. It could spam Moras and Astrals. It's just the carrier sub-faction. Throw in some Condors as well. Astral Mark 1. That would be pretty funny. Because you thought the Onslaught Mark 1 was old. Get ready for the Astral Mark 1. Somehow even older. Ah, that's right. I should be building like heavy industry. And I can install one of these, I guess. Right, I think the original idea I had, I think the point was I was going to install an alpha core here. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's definitely got enough access. Yeah, it's just, unfortunately, the global supply is a bit short. Somehow the Astral has returned. Yeah, the Astral... Imagine the Astral Mark 1 still has the recall device, but with the cooldown removed, like the old recall device. Shield shunted Astral. A carrier equivalent to the Invictus. I'm not sure what exactly you mean by that. Just like a 60 deployment point carrier? Or do you mean like a carrier with an ability like the Invictus? Double fighters with stat buffs. Okay, so something that has more fighter bays, but they're worse. Did I hear a metal mug? Very impressive, yes. Didn't realize you could hear that so clearly as to determine the material. Old recall device that is prone. Yeah, maybe the downside to the old recall device is that it 50% just, like 25% of the time it just blows up the fighter because it teleports it into the abyss by accident. Whoopsie. You have been sent to the hell dimension. Sorry. Sucks to be you. I mean, you deserved it though. You posted cringe. Cringe on my YouTube feed. Sorry, Inspector. I don't care. Yeah, that does sound a bit 40k, doesn't it? It's like, you want to go through space in the 40k universe? Sorry, you're going through the hell dimension. That's what we call hyperspace. No, we call it the warp, but it's the hell dimension. We all know that. 40k overhaul mod. That would be kind of... I mean, that could be fun, because going back to what I just said about the warp, I imagine the first thing you would do is you'd take all this blue and you would make it red. And then you'd have demons just pop up sometimes as you're flying through here. That'd be a pretty good start. But first I've got to kill a Tesseract. Come on. Where is it? Seriously. Don't make me dump memory. Okay, I dumped memory. I don't know if that was a good idea. You know, I don't think it did any harm. It's fine. That's a lot of metals. Why do you have so many metal? I mean, I could take it, I guess. I mean, at least there are mods that implement at least ships that look like 40k ships. I don't know if they play like them, though. Let's see, let's dump that. I don't need 3,300 metals. All I need is my Medal of Honor. Yeah, just gotta wait. I'm pretty sure we're strong enough. Although, yeah, it's probably going back to what I suggested that one time. Sabos might be a good call here. Just throw in the one Sabo. And watch what happens. In fact, why don't I throw 3 of them? Just throw these 3 into the simulator and see what they do. You collect more... What? I wish there were more different builds with them instead of our friends. COOBs. Cubes? Yeah, it does look like they kill these things just fine. Excellent. Although the lack of ECCM does kind of suck for the Sabos. Even if it's not really a problem for the Gorgons. Spamming completely broken big cubes, but is there... Just came in what I missed. Yeah, you missed the discussion about the hegemony's use of the astral. in the Gulf War of 1984. Or I guess 2,984. It was quite controversial, to say the least. Yeah, scan me, whatever. Don't care. What are you gonna do with that little Shrike? Just a single Shrike. And a single Brawler. And a single Omen. Man, you guys are not... It looks like the stability on your planet must be doing terrible if this is all you're producing. Yeah, well, I don't call it a Gorgon spam fleet, but these things can spam Gorgons pretty good. How long does it take to update? Does it take a full month? Yeah, I mean, really, if there's something I want to add to the game, it's got to be more bounties, but that... Well, I could probably do it through the Magic Lab bounty system. But even then, it still takes a bit of work. I'd rather just do something else instead of doing that. Yeah, I guess I'll see if I'll just take his bounties. Yeah, do not underestimate the mighty Omen. Yeah. The solo Omen. I mean, Omens are good, but they're not that good. Yeah, the stability here is 2. Why is it so low? Recent unrest. Huh. Right. The guys that I paid off to raid Tritachyon succeeded. That's why everything's disrupted. That's why the stability is low. And that's why their patrols suck. Of course. It all makes sense now. Does it gotta be so... You know what? I'm just gonna teleport there. You can't... Who's gonna stop me? I'm just passing the time while I wait for him to spawn the correct bounty. No one will know. I'll steal it. Nobody will know. Man, I wish I could do that voice from the thing that I'm referencing, but I can't, so I just have to say it in a really flat tone of voice instead. It was truly incredible, but nobody will know. Yeah, I guess I'll just send out all of these ships. No reason to go into battle myself. I shouldn't dirty my feet with this commoner level threat. The roundabout. Yes, exactly. Alright, I forgot to turn on... Well, I guess I didn't forget. I'm just leaving dev mode on now. See, now this is a proper fleet. Shrikes and Furies, the best ships in the game. I've got to say, AI-controlled Shrikes can actually work pretty well. You just got to give them safety overrides. With a heavy blaster and a Sabo pod. That's all a man really needs. I guess a Shrike. That's all a Shrike really needs. You know, why do you start with safety overrides? You ever think about that? Like, out of all the hull mods that you could get for free at the beginning of the game, why safety overrides? That seems like something you should have to unlock. But you just get it. For free. Well enough for Brawl Kings? I mean, I've definitely after getting the mods that let you do those PvP battles. I've tested some Shrike builds, and yeah, they're not ideal, but well, part of the thing is that you are limited to 6 ships per size class. So if you're in a situation where you need more cheap ships, but you've already used up all of your frigate slots, then paying 8 deployment points for a Shrike in that situation is actually pretty decent. You get 360 shields, safety overrides, a Sabo pod, and a heavy blaster. They're kind of annoying to try and kill because they're fast and they've got good shields. They're not very dangerous offensively but they're more so like a distraction. And the Sabo pod heavy blaster is enough to kill enemy frigates. Ah, and there he is. I have some days off. I will finish part 1. Excellent. The people want... Oh, I was in control of this one by accident. My mistake. I forgot that it does that. Yeah, in dev mode, there's a button you can press to switch control between ships, and I always forget what button it is. So this thing was drifting off because I was accidentally controlling it. You can literally just over-twist the knob of an old speaker module and the safety overs are overridden. I mean, considering how many ordnance points it costs, I doubt it's that simple. Otherwise, your crew is just fucking with you. Oh yeah, boss, this'll use up a lot of our logistical limit here. No, nobody tell them. It's really easy. They use all of those spare points to install a jacuzzi. That's what they're actually installing. The safety override part is really easy. Now, I don't think they need to nerf the safety overrides on a power level. Like, in the late game, it's fine. But I do think it feels a bit cheap if you just slap it on your frigates at the start of the game. Like, later on in the game, you have to worry about things like peak performance. Early on in the game, it's not as big of a deal. You just kill everybody with safety overrides. Now, luckily, that's something that's really easy to modify. Surprisingly, one of the things that's the easiest to modify is what blueprints you start with. You can easily just change it so that you don't start with safety overrides. In fact, I think instead of safety overrides, you should start with insulated engines and high-resolution sensors. Because then it's easier to start, like, stealth gameplay at the beginning of right at the beginning of the game. You can slap those 2 hull mods on your ships, reduce your profile, increase your sensor range, and just avoid combat. Like, that should be something you could do right from the get-go, I think. And then the fact that safety overrides is something you have to unlock makes it feel kind of special. It's like if you find it in really early on, you can be like, damn, this is going to be a safety override run, let's go. Instead of it just being like that for every run. Okay, but what if I said force market update? What do you have to say to that? Nothing, he doesn't care. Wait, didn't the month just changed? Shouldn't you update, buddy? Do you not have anything new? I mean, clearly I just need to get more contacts. At this point, is there a way to just reliably... Is there a way to reliably get new contacts, or is it just RNG? Oh, that's a lot of options. For no reason can I convince you to, if possible, enable the ability to give thanks money on a video. No particular reason. Ah, yes. We all believe you when you say there's no particular reason you want Mr. G to do that. Of course, this would be perfectly consistent. No reason. I'm sure nobody would have any reason to do that. Just, you know, just like a casual idea. I do it for free so you can spend it on BBE. Well, that's very thoughtful. What kind of situation is this? Yeah, that's right. Instead of funding the tournament, we're funding riveting gameplay. Where I hold shift. Yeah, I'm sure there's other people who would also give money as thanks for the tournament. It's worth considering, Mr. G. Yeah, insane gameplay right here. I am the gameplay master. Let's watch this fleet orbit. Right, we can turn. I do like how if you zoom in, you can see all of your ships. And they just kind of float around like a swarm of bees. You know, maybe if we're over here in like where the sunlight is, or casting an onslaught-shaped shadow onto the planet. Press N for funny fleets. You mean one of those? Yeah, alright, we'll fight one of these. Okay, we gotta get the salamander bots into safe positions. A pirate fleet is invading Lego City. Build the Remnant Rescue Chopper. Imagine being some citizen and like 25 onslaught shadows appear in the sky above you. Yeah, I think that's a good sign that a saturation bombardment is coming. Dang. Yeah, maybe don't target the shade with your salamanders. Or maybe do, because at least it's keeping it busy. It's keeping it distracted. This is good. Alt-L it. Alt-N. I don't think I need to do that. You know, I think one is enough. Yes, with this story point, I summon Domain's first battle group. Yes, the Jujutsu Kaisen memes. Still going strong, I see. Foolish phase ship. You have been defeated by your arch nemesis. Tactical lasers. The strongest of the energy weapons. I wonder. I really should do another chat builds my fleet, because I'm curious If people make me use the Astral Mark II again, I wonder if you can beat Tesseracts with those, if you use the right build. Because they do potentially have good firepower. Well, they do have good firepower, and potentially that could make up for how fragile they are. Maybe I just haven't found the right build. That could be fun. Did I say Astral Mark II? Because that would be a pretty cool ship, too. Wait a minute. First we've got the Astral... First of all, we've got the Astral Mark I, which is the old version. We've got the Mark II, which is the pirate version. So what's the regular Astral? The 1.5? How am I supposed to make sense of all of this? Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to reference the Astral Mark I. I was trying to reference the ship that I'm looking at right here. Well, I was looking at. It's dead now. See, look at this thing. Look at the range on that bad boy. Look at that heavy blaster. Fire from downtown. Because this thing has capital grade range. It's got gunnery implants with capital grade range thanks to escort package. And it's got the plus 200 base range from Energy Bolt Coherer. Yeah, I think this is a good addition to the fleet. These things as an escort will probably work. If you're... Yeah, so, like, before, the only really good automated ships was, like, the Radiant and the frigates. But I think the Fulgent... Well, Scintillas are also probably doable, because just because Flash Bomber spam is, like, a viable strategy. So those are good. And now Fulgents are good as an escort package. So really, the most questionable choices would be the cruisers. Everything else seems to have a decent place. Although cruisers are big enough that they're probably not bad. But we'll see. It's like, why would you get an Apex when you could just get a Radiant? Yeah, he's just not... He's not being very cooperative. Yeah, maybe setting this as the end goal is just... It's like, it makes the most sense as an end goal. It's just really inconvenient to actually access it. You know, I'm pretty sure I've got other contacts we can talk to. Like this guy. Hey, buddy. Reputation. You got any work for me? Modified tanker, you say? I'm going to be turning that into scrap immediately, but alright. Shepherd Militant. Yeah. It's not exactly what I'm looking for. Well, we're not allowed to use that, so bye-bye. Good day, sir. Yeah, I went through the trouble of coming all the way out here, and you still can't even offer me. Unbelievable. And once again, they don't got it. How much time is it going to take you people to figure it out? Clue in already. Wait, is it down to 1 stability? Wait. It is. Oh, things have gotten worse. I think it has... Yeah, it probably has to be a military contact. Which, this is military and this is military. Well, she's not military, but the other two are. That's what I'm getting at here. Let's see. Well, I would like to at least see the Fulgent in a little more action. Let's drop that. Do I actually have enough AI cores for this? Eh. Oh, wait, right. Now that I'm in dev mode, AI cores don't matter. Just throw a couple Tesseracts at it, see what happens. Oh, it looks like it actually shot down the Rift Torpedo. Well, that was fast. Yeah, see, I'm not too scared of the whole Tesseract bounty, as you can see. Look at all this machine gun. Look at all this DACA. What are they gonna do? Wait, that thing has enough flux capacity to survive a Rift Torpedo shot. It's kind of crazy. Get 'em, boys. Yeah, they do have high-tech level shields, but it's also, like, that with the baseline capacity for most frigates isn't enough. It's got to have invested, like, especially since it only did, like, half of its hard flux. It's got to have a decent amount of investment in there. Let's have a look, actually. Oh, never mind. Yeah, no, you can't see their stats. Even in dev mode. Interesting. Look, even the Legion is just not worried about them. It's just killing them. Like, yeah, Rift Torpedo, Cyclone, machine guns, Psycho Mantis, you're dead. I guess really what I should be impressed by is the fact that it's hitting any of these shots. That's the ridiculous part. Although, yeah, they're going to struggle a bit more against the fighters. This thing has Devastators, they don't. Devastators are pretty good at dealing with exactly this. When you clicked on one, the numbers popped up in the bottom left. I couldn't see max, though. Rift Cascade emitters or tachyon lances? I mean, Rift Cascade emitter is more ordnance points and more flux. For lower damage on the beam itself. And it doesn't have EMP or shield piercing. So it's basically worse in every single way, except for the small detail that it spawns those rifts. Which at max range is not a lot, so you do kind of have to get close to really make use of the Rift Cascade emitter. Otherwise it's just a worse like Tachyon Lance. And getting close, you know what that means. It means Ziggurat, baby. I guess you could also put it on the Odyssey, but, I mean, who would do that? Tesseract base shield efficiency is 0.5. Oh, really? I thought they had 0.6. But yeah, I guess, sure. I mean, they are Omega. They can have better shield efficiency than high-tech. Because they're smarter than humans. Why not? Okay, I got paid. Does that mean that you have anything? No. You're useless. Why don't you try getting a job? When do these update? Because it's not on the month. Obviously. Because it's just, like, the month just changed and they're not updating. Well, the thing is with the Ziggurat Luddux, I don't think it matters too much. You can just build it for whatever's fun, and it'll kill stuff. But yeah, the notoriety does make it a bit inconvenient sometimes. Yeah, Phase Anchor, that's probably mandatory. You can use whatever weapons you want, but you gotta use Phase Anchor. Yeah, I've become convinced that Phase Anchor is just kind of better than Adaptive Phase Coils. And you should pretty much use it whenever you can. Like, reducing the flux cost to 0 for phase coil activation, pretty useful. And on top of the fact that it doubles weapon recharge rate. Okay, let's see. Does this work? Have you updated? There's got to be... I mean, I guess I'll just do some of these bounties while I wait. Yeah, we'll go kill some pirates for you. Oof. In a black hole system, what are they doing out here? See if I can find them like this. I can. Oops, I seem to have accidentally materialized inside of your fleet. My mistake, good sir. Ugh. Let's get these guys right into the correct... Ah, my eye. Domain expansion dev mode, yeah. That would actually be kind of funny, is if there was like, if you hit level... Is if there was like a mod that lets you level up, and eventually, after you get all 40 skills, you just unlock dev mode. No need to console command anything. It's just like, congratulations. You have beat the game. You have now hacked the universe. The Starfarer has become so powerful that he has hacked the universe. What's the max number of D-mods? 5. Yeah, John Star Sector unlocking dev mode after ingesting 5 story points. Story points are a powerful drug. Yeah, ingesting those can do very strange things to the human body. Okay, yeah, let's just get you guys to ignore that instead of wasting your time. Thank you. See, ignore is not just useful for monitors, it's also useful for these fuckers. It's a bit odd that this guy's not shooting his Gorgons, though. Like, your target has no shields. Just go. Like, what are you waiting for? For the flux to go up? Okay, try going this way. Fire. Shoot. Like, what are you... Like, again. The enemy doesn't have shields. I don't know what you're waiting for. Sometimes the AI just be like that. Wait, I think in the code, ships can get more than 5D mods, but if they already have 5, the game doesn't give them more when you recover them. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is, but for ships that don't have shields, sometimes the missile targeting gets a bit weird. Because normally, it waits until the enemy is on high flux to fire missiles. But if they don't have shields, you can just shoot them whenever you want. But the AI doesn't seem to... Like, sometimes it figures that out, and it shoots a bunch of missiles at them. But then sometimes it doesn't figure that out, and I'm not sure what the difference is. And it is just weird looking at this thing with its range. It's going to take some getting used to. Yeah, one of these died again. No surprises there. Okay. So, I just did the thing. Does that mean you refresh? Nah. Oh boy. I mean, I could increase the number of missions. I could go into the files. And increase the number of missions that contacts can offer you. I'm not sure that would... I mean, that theoretically would increase the chances of getting the mission, but I don't know if you could guarantee it. Yeah, 10 billion missions. I think most of the destroyers are... I say most. Shrikes are okay in the late game. Honestly, maybe I should just open up another save file and just start playing around with ships instead of waiting around. It won't. The Omega mission is part of the bounty docket in the middle. Is it? Oh, I got one of these. I got 2 of these. It's got to be a good sign. Doesn't it show up as like a separate thing? Yeah, Medusa is very good. Sunder and Manticore both work well with Escort Package. The Medusa just works well in general. Like, those can work in the late game. It's like the Enforcer is not great. It's not as good. Although it can work. I mean, it can get some pretty ridiculous armor with Shield Shun. And it does have medium slots, so it can use Escort Package. It's probably not... It's probably just less... I mean, yeah, it's 9 deployment points, but I don't think it's as good as the other ones. It's really like it's like the Shrike and the Enforcer are cheaper, and so they're weaker, but they can still kind of work with the right loadouts. They're not going to be as impressive as the other ones, though. And then the Hammerhead's kind of in an awkward spot, where it doesn't really perform much better. Like it performs about the same as the Enforcer, it feels like, but it's 10 deployment points instead. Any tips on how to fight the Tesseract bounty? Well, the Tesseract bounty has quality, but it doesn't have quantity. So getting your, like, being able to get all of your ships onto the battlefield as fast as possible helps. And also spamming missiles can help a lot. Because, like, one of the reasons that you don't usually spam missiles against, like, double ordo type fleets is because you're just going to run out of ammo. But against the Tesseract bounty, they don't have a ton of reinforcements. They just have high quality ships. But high quality ships can definitely be killed with missiles. And the fact that they don't have all those reinforcements means that they will run out. I just went and looked at the last video of your first series. It's one of the entries on the bounty docket. Okay. So yeah, I need to be checking those. So that's probably the way to optimize this, is to, instead of just looking at them the way that I've been doing, I need to specifically look at the bounty docket, and if it doesn't show up there, I need to take the bounty, complete the bounty, and then that should make it possible for a new bounty to show up faster. In theory. We'll see if that plays out. Yeah, they're only 2 DP, because they start out at, well, they start out at 3, and then with derelict operations, they're only 2. And for something that just needs to spam salamanders, it's not bad. Let's get you all the way back here. Let's get you up there. Oh, that guy had an antimatter blaster. He just one-shotted immediately. Nice. Hello, gamers. Well, hello, Bedakoa. The Paladin just shooting down Reapers for me. Beautiful. Just what I like to see. There we go. Just gonna back up a little bit. See if we can get that. There we go. It's a good shot. Come on. Excellent. Probably need to take out a bunch of these scintillas, because that's a lot of flash bombers. It's kind of annoying. Looks like all the battleships went up over here, so we're left with the Eagle fighting the Nova. Really? That hit the debris, but the area of effect was large enough that it ripped off my nose. Well, that just sucks. Hey, you know, the Falcon and the Eagle are actually doing alright over here. Even though they're fighting a Nova. You know, I guess the Nova's not all that's cracked up to be. It just lost. What am I supposed to make of that? You just lost to the Eagle. I didn't even do anything. Wow. I bet John Nova is rolling in his grave right now. That's not what the Nova was designed for. Losing to an eagle. Alright. Come on, you pains in the ass. Ah, yeah, there we go. That's a hit. If we can just hit that bullseye, the rest of the rest of the dominoes will fall like a house of cards. Checkmate. Come on. Voltaic cannon, go. Just die. Just die. Okay, you are not important. This battle doesn't matter. You are a stepping stone. You are but a footstool in my path to conquering a Tesseract fleet. You are nothing. You are the dirt beneath my boot. Okay, don't even pretend that you stand a chance in this battle, Remnant. Please, don't make me laugh. Uh-oh. It's getting itself killed. Who could have seen this coming? Yeah, this is a case where the Mark 1 actually needs to go more aggressive, because that's what's going to save the Fulgent here, as it pulls it away from this battle. Yeah, I think the double Storm Needler on this loadout. Where are you going? I'm not sure what it was burn driving towards there. It actually managed to shoot down all of those Reapers. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think these builds will give us a pretty good chance against this whole Tesseract bounty. We should be fine. Get him. Oh, the Legion managed to die. Unfortunate. Rip Bozo. 9 Alpha Cores. Okay. That's kind of a lot. I don't need all those Alpha Cores. Okay. No. So, yeah, no. None of those. Gotcha. What about you? No, okay, so neither of you have bounties. Gotcha. Well, I guess I'll just install all of these Alpha Cores. Got 9 of them. It's the Alpha Core army. You must be wondering how you're doing these bounties in one day. I mean, it's the Starfarer. What, like... The Starfarer is known to have special capabilities. I'm sure. People just get it by now. They understand. How many Alpha Cores do I got? I'll just throw... Yeah, throw one right there. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, look at that. 25% increase in profits. Beautiful. And I've still got a bunch more. Fuck it, we'll slap them in over here. Let's get more Alpha Cores. Why not? Let's upgrade all of this. Let's upgrade one of those. Okay, maybe I should prioritize more important stuff. So, here. Here. Yeah, you know what? Let's assign one here. Sure. Well, I'm not trying to kill it so I can get Omega weapons. I'm just trying to kill it for the sake of killing it. I mean, if I really needed Omega weapons, I would just spawn them. Oh, come on. How do you have this many options and none of them are bounties? Completely ridiculous, I say. $600. That's... Wait, didn't we just start those? Oh, I guess in dev mode, these build really fast. 180 days. Am I crazy? No, I'm not crazy. I'm right. Yeah. I didn't even know about that, but in dev mode, these things just build insanely fast. And lo, it is done. Look at that. Look at that ground defense. That's a big number. It doesn't do anything, but it's big. Sure, let's add another heavy patrol. Why not? Let's take a look at these. Look at all those beautiful missile ships. Pegasus, Falcon P, Venture. It's missile spam ahoy. And that makes this place virtually invincible. I mean, who's going to stop me? I guess I'm missing a cryo-arithmetic engine. Maybe I should add that. You know what? Let's see if I get it right. Cryo engine. No. Add item. Arithmetic engine. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how good it gets now. Big fleet. You know what, while we're at it. Add item, pristine nanoforge. Oh right, my bad. I shouldn't put up space. Let's look at the fleet quality when I swap this over. Look at that. I'm pretty sure our doctrine is 0. So with an orbital works with a pristine nanoforge gets you up to 95%, average of 0 demods per hull, even with no points put into quality. So if we go over to doctrine, yeah, I maxed out officer quality. And the fleets, so I have no doctrinal bonuses to fleet size or quality. It's all into the officers. But fleet size is still 383% because of max stability and the high command. And quality is still 95% because of this. So now these fleets should be very, very good. The new fleets that spawn in should be peak. Yeah, look at that. It's like half of them have 1 demod, and that's it. And at the same time, those officers are like level 6. And they get a decent amount of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Is that only 8? The same as a player? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one has 9. I do like that one officer who's brave enough to pilot a Shepherd. I don't know why he's doing that, but he is. Man, imagine the day that the Orders tab actually does something. all these fleets will suddenly become very useful. Oh, they're pursuing my fleet. Oh no. Yoink. Yes, we've invented a new form of hyperspace travel. Yeah, none of they. How do they not have bounties? That is wild. I do one bounty for them, and then the next cycle they just don't spawn any. What are the odds of that? Man falls down the path of console commands. How tragic. I mean, it's the last. Yeah, typical Iron Man run. It's the last one. This is the last one. All right, we're just getting this damn thing to spawn in. It's not cheating. It's not cheating. We're just expanding the lore. That's right. Yeah, I can quit anytime I want to. I swear, this is the last console command, and then I'm done. There we go. Come on. No. No. Okay, fine, whatever. I do like that you can teleport while you're still in contact. How do you not have anything? What is wrong with you? So you can physically move your fleet, but still be in contact with whatever you were before. Go, go, Gadget Princess. And here. You know what? I should rename this ship to Leash. Princess and the Leash. Yeah, I decided... Yeah, I figure might as well max out the military aspect of the planet since... I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. I wonder if I should get extended shields just to cover that back end. I mean, the main gun is in a hard point, so that does make a pretty big difference. Yeah, I've probably got enough ordnance points that I could do it. Poor Pathers. Didn't know what was coming for him. I mean, yeah. Maxed out military probably wouldn't be able to beat the blockade in most circumstances. Although, I wonder, if you can reduce the stability of Kazaron, would that reduce the strength of the blockade? Maybe. It's worth investigating. Limo's Asylum. Well, hold on. What was that about the colony? I do like how the interface is a different color. You rarely get to see it, but the entire interface is the color of the faction. growth is maxed out, so... Wait, what? Oh, I'm in dev mode, so I can control it. Nice. Yeah, so they have a battle station and a military base. But that's it. They don't actually produce anything. The only production they have is, like, spacers. They produce crew. They produce crew and marines. And that's it. Well, it's time to get out of the limousine asylum. Here, I did the bounty. Yeah, you're gonna be a pain. Cheat another nano and give it to the pirates. Which planet? Let's see. It's, like the Captain Starworks, yeah? We sell it to these guys. I don't even need to do that. I can just do this. Boom. Wait, hold on. I gotta do sneaky. They should start using it. Wait. How long does it take for them to start using it? Don't even have to sell it. Oh yeah, I could do that. I could just add it myself. Because I'm in charge here. Although this does make me wish we could choose the color for our faction. Because I am kind of tired of the light blue. It would be nice to just say, you know what? I want my faction to be red. And then have your entire interface red. Like, look at this. That looks nice. You have to do it on the open market? Huh. Yeah, I'm the captain now. Exactly. I'm the pirate captain now. I'm in charge here. Well, have fun with that, guys. I'm sure this will have no significant consequences on the rest of the sector. Oh, are you mad at me for having my transponder off? Aww. Look, I fucking teleported here, asshole. I forgot. Shouldn't you be more concerned about the teleporting part? Jesus. Some people. I could invent infinite energy and they would ask me if I've got a license for that. Yeah, you can change the player faction by editing the game files. That's true, digital. Maybe I should do that just to add a little... just to make it... spice things up a bit. I was just thinking about changing it in-game. Yeah, John Star Sector has become the Peace Space Demon. I've merged with the Shrouded Dwellers. I am the one who Peace Spaces your end space. Yeah, no one ever acknowledges the use of automated ships. No. Dextro. Except, of course, the Onslaught Mark I. People recognize this instantly. But the other stuff? No. That's just a blue Paragon. There's definitely crew on board. Yes, sir. Nothing strange about it. Just gotta wait it out. Gotta have patience. Right? Patience is a key attribute in life. Yes. Look inwards. Focus your attention on your breathing. When ASMR stream. Welcome to the Star Sector ASMR stream. We're hanging out next to a planet to add some more background noise. You can hear the chattering of the people, millions of them going about their lives, unaware that John's star sector is in orbit, getting ready to saturation bombard their planet. Some people are eating oatmeal. Some people are working in the fields. Because yes, there is farming on this planet, even though it's a tundra. Some people are out fishing. Some people are saying hi to friends or saying goodbye for the last time, not knowing they're about to get body slammed from the top ropes by John's star sector's antimatter fuel. This is why you should be treasuring every moment. You never know when some alien could show up in orbit of Earth and just drop some antimatter on us. This is why video games can teach us so much about life. Wait, are these red? Yeah, they are. The low-tech ships all have red engines. They look like they have safety overrides, but no, that's just how low-tech engines look on this layer of the map. You ever think about that? Alright, let's see what we got. Nope. We're still waiting. Here we can observe the Tritakian patrols. Wait. David Attenborough. Here we can observe the Tritakian... Oh, it's gotta be... No, I can't remember what it sounds like. I'll just do British. Yes, here we can observe the Tritakian patrol in its natural habitat, orbiting Iokubres, the capital of the Tritakian Corporation. Many of these officers seek to curry favor with the higher-ups within the corporation, seeking to establish contacts, to establish a network of people they are familiar with, in the hopes that one day they will be able to acquire enough favors to move their own position further up the ladder. Unfortunately for the Tritakius Securitas, this is very unlikely. The competition within the Tritakian Corporation is quite cutthroat, and it's very unlikely that a lowly security op patrol will ever reach any significant management position. Seriously, why is it taking so long? I mean, in the time that I've done this, I could... Come on. No, that's a station. No. No, I don't want any of those. This is going to be the entire... Is this going to be... Yeah, I was planning to do other stuff after I finished this. I'm starting to think this is just going to be the entire stream. It's just waiting for this. Because I set a condition, goddammit. I said this is the end of the save file. I have to do it now. I'm legally obligated to. I spent once 10 hours and didn't get it. Oof. Oh, there's definitely... well, King Space. There's definitely fan fiction about Star Sector. It's definitely fan fiction. It seems that it can only be completed after you've completed 12 combat bounties? Really? Is that a condition for it? Because if so, that might be interesting. Oh, Dodd, what a failed state you have. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it matters. You know what? I think we can kind of build our own bounty. Hold on. Let's try this. Let me cook. Because what we can do is we can say S mods, right? We can spawn in one of these. We'll pick at random. So it chose this one, the reality disruptor. Oh boy. And then we go to these alpha cores and just fill out the rest of the fleet. That should do it, right? I mean, I do get, like, there's no capture points on the battlefield, but it's basically the same thing. Can't argue with that, can you? The logic is flawless. I know. The bounty always has radiance? Oh, did it not spawn with radiance? Okay, hold on. Well, we'll just have to add those manually. I'm pretty sure it only spawns with one radiant, though. Or... You can press Control-N for bounty fleet. What bounty fleet? Oh. Yeah. Alright, that just works. Oh, wait, no, the station is there. Hold on. That doesn't belong there. Delete. Kill. Yeah, we just kill those. The station's not supposed to be helping. Let's teleport out here. Yeah, that does it. Well, that kind of makes things a little simpler, doesn't it? Huh. Okay, I think we've got to drop that, because we need these to capture the points. Well, let's see if we can pull this off. Now we should be able to deploy the rest, no problem. Like so. So I think we're going to do this setup. Or we have them like this. So the lumens will hang out near the capture points and everybody else will... Oh, I burned through all the command points, apparently. Not exactly sure how. Hit him with a little voltaic action. Yeah. Sucks to be you, doesn't it, buddy? I don't see the Tesseract. It's not deployed yet, I guess. That's fine. We'll just kill him when he spawns in. Yeah, this eagle looks like it's in a little bit of trouble. Everybody else seems to be doing fine. Oh, well, I got a Nova instead. That's fine. We'll just kill this. Yeah, there's an overload. Oh, the Tesseract shows up. Beautiful. Great timing. You can watch your friend die. Probably want to do that. Yeah, if I can get you over here, that'd be great. Because I've taken out the capital ships. As long as we have some capital ships of our own, the cruisers shouldn't be an issue. Ow, stop that. Hey. No, why did I move forward? I wanted to move backwards. Phase skimmer. You bastard. My technology has betrayed me. I think I don't know why I moved forward there. This is why I want ship direction marker. Because I feel like that was pretty obvious that I should have been moving backwards. Alright, we'll try this again. I guess we lose. But I don't... Hey, this one didn't spawn with 2 capital ships. This one only has 1 capital ship. So I guess the idea that it spawns with 2 is not true. Oh, of course, I permanently lost some ships. Never mind, my fleet is actually weaker now. Yeah, no, it's over. We lose. I'm just done with this. First of all, I am a little salty about that. Why did I move forward? I really wanted to move backwards. But yeah, it's just over. Alright, let's go do something else now. I'll just take the L on that one. Let's see. Crew death. Crew lost. Everyone. What a twist. Let's turn off console commands. Instead, we'll turn on this one. How would you rate your experience with this fleet doctrine? It worked pretty well, I'd say. Billions have died, exactly. What did the 79-year-old pirate say on his birthday? I'm 80. Yes, I get it, Iridile. Yeah, OSHA certification revoked. Yeah, that was definitely a winnable fight. So I think I was right in my assessment that that fleet could have won. The problem was that after killing the Nova, I really needed to just run away from the Tesseract. I kind of tried fighting it a little bit too much, which was not a good idea. And then also I just teleported forward when I tried to teleport backwards, which was not great. So definitely winnable, but we're just going to say, yeah, I died. And that's, well, I guess I didn't die, really. Because I earned enough for a, what's it called? A clean disengage. And the ship that was going to blow up was the Radiant. There's no people on that. So really nobody died, actually. We just lost the fight. But losing the fight to the Tesseract clearly means that it's going to take over the core world. So I guess everyone died. Yeah, we'll just start a new run here. Just to show, let's just do a little bit of the early game, I guess. Probably not going to continue this run. Well, maybe. Hold on. Let's go. Rad McDanger. Well, this one I've just made a bunch of economic changes, and we'll see what the crowd thinks. We're gonna do some bounty hunting, just to look a little bit at the early game. When your sector size is small, it is what it is. Is Rift Lightning spam on Fulgence a meme or workable? It's probably workable, because I'm pretty sure Rift Lightning can shoot over allies, and if you combine that with escort package, that could be really good. The Fulgent does, it probably has enough ordnance points for that. Alright, so this setup is actually pretty decent for early game bounty hunting. Although I would just remove those. Even after they got buffed, I would still just remove those and get more flux. This thing is mostly fine. But you can actually afford to get expanded cargo holds. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. Is this mod does some of the things I was talking about with, you start with high resolution sensors, you start with insulated engines, you don't start with safety overrides. Which is surprisingly, changing that is really easy to implement. Let's swap these. Yeah, I've also become a big fan of swapping sustained burn and active sensor burst. Alright, let's see if we can find some pirates. So look at that. This is what I think this is the way that you're supposed to, or maybe not the way, but I think this is one of the ways you're supposed to play the game, is to start with this, with like this pairing, and to go fight some pirates like this. The only problem is that it's very unrewarding in vanilla. So like, why would you do that? But luckily, this isn't vanilla. I tripled the money that you get from system bounties. So it's actually worth doing. Just gotta catch that salamander on my shield. And just kill this guy. See, and this is a case where, like, the pulse laser looks alright. But as soon as you get the, like... sorry. Trying not to sneeze. The pulse laser, like, setup looks alright, but as soon as you get the opportunity to go, like, heavy blaster and sabos, it's just better. So I don't know. It's like pulse lasers really only have value as like an anti-shield weapon. Which you usually don't really need for your high-tech. Like, the role that it fills is usually not necessary for high-tech. Yeah, the classic Shepherd Speen. We'll recover that. So, like, look at that. Wait, hold on. Let's click through some of these. Turn on the Starscape. Look at that. I killed a couple of ships, and with ×4 XP, I'm almost at my story point. Oh yeah, I cut the story points, because ×4 XP you gain too many story points, so I cut them in half per level, but, well, yeah. You can see, like, you just fight a couple, if you multiply the XP by 4, you can just fight a couple of small bounties and hit your level 2. It's very easy. And if we go to the bounties, that got me 14,000 credits. Is that too much? I don't think so. I think for a job that requires a fair amount of risk, this is fine. Yeah, that's the thing about pulse lasers is it's like, for anti-shield options, you've got pulse lasers and the kinetic blaster, so that's kind of what it's for. I get, like, the fact that it's energy does mean it's, compared to, like, low-tech kinetic options, it's slightly better against, like, armor and hull. But, of course, those weapons actually have decent range, so... Yeah, just having, like, this hegemony kite with a helmsmanship officer is a solid early game distraction. See, I really think this is what's intended as one of the starting options, is to just go with, like, take the wolf, take the kite, start with helmsmanship and to play like that. But the thing is, unless you're, like, really good at the game, it's just pointless. Because if you're good at the game, you can gather up enough pirate fleets that you can get, like, some bonus, like a pretty solid amount of bonus XP. And then, like, it's kind of worth it, because then you can level up kind of quickly with all that bonus XP. But if you're not good at the game, it's just kind of questionable why you would even bother. So anyways, I just think that system bounty should pay out better. And also the game is more fun if you level up faster. Oh yeah, I think something else that I did. Yeah, I cut commodity prices in half. Partly because it makes maintenance cheaper for your fleet, with supplies and fuel being cheaper, but it also makes black market trading less profitable compared to your other options. So it's like, there's a lot of these things that you can just tweak in the settings. And I'm curious if this is actually a fun way to play the game. Because I've just been messing around with the numbers. Yeah, that's the thing, is it seems like system bounties, the best way, like, the use case for them is to grind reputation. Which is a bit counterintuitive. At least for me. So what have you done to ship prices? I'm glad you asked. I doubled them. That's it. I just doubled them. But then the thing that I did at the same time is normally the recovery chance for enemy ships is 25%, so I doubled that to 50%. So the idea there is you can still buy ships, but if you want to build up your fleet, it's easier to recover ships that you find. So, like, some people have done challenge runs where they force themselves to recover ships, and they're not allowed to buy ships. The idea here is that you're not forced to, it's just the chance to recover ships is doubled, and the price of buying ships off the market is doubled. So, the cost-benefit analysis favors recovering. I never had such problems. Well, I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm not saying that supply and fuel use is a problem. I'm saying it's cheaper to maintain your fleet. What that means is that you can grab a bunch of, like, crappy ships, throw them into your fleet, and you can still afford it. It's not breaking the bank. All right, let's see. No, these things really just need, like, anti-armor. And you start to appreciate rugged construction. At least I started to, because of this setup. These things are really only good with chain guns, I find. I mean, maybe heavy mauler's alright. Maybe. I guess this is all we'll do for now. Let's get some crew. Which, one thing I didn't touch was crew salaries, even though I know some people have made mods that increase crew salaries to try and make them. Hound with HVD is the goat. It's a very interesting definition of goat. If any version of the hound is on that. Repair those ships, and oh yeah, and I also just massively increased the spawn rate for officers because vanilla spawn rate is too low. It's annoying, and I know I'm not the only one who thinks that. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, that's one of the problems of the increased crew salaries is it does make some interesting trade-offs. Like stuff like the kite becomes a lot better. Because the kite has like 2 crew. So the fact that it's got such a low crew count makes it a lot more desirable. Yeah, the default skeleton crew is 2. But it would make something like the Invictus completely unusable. Let's see if we can get over there and actually catch something. You know what? I should probably buy this while I'm at it. Let's get some fuel. Might be able to grab one of these. But, you know, the doubled price means that... I think increasing the prices of ships makes you appreciate some of the cheaper options more. Because, like, a mud skipper's only like 10,000 credits. And when you're paying 30,000 for a lasher, you can suddenly start to see the value in this a little more. Initially, I tried setting it to 10 times the ship pricing, and that was just... That was funny for like 5 minutes. Until I realized I couldn't really get any ships ever unless I salvaged them. And I think that's fine for a challenge run, but a bit much for a general purpose mod. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're here. I guess I'll head over to Thule. We're going to raid the Thulian raider base. And by raid, I mean I'm going to kill some ships. Yeah, $10 million. I mean, that's kind of one of the nice things about it, is that you look at, like, the prices on capital ships, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it makes sense that it's that expensive. She's never going to afford it, though. Which I think is fine for the capital ships, but for the other ships it gets a little... It's like, ah, yes, I will pay 250,000 credits for 1 omen, please. Thank you very much. A dangerous fleet, as if. Bro, he went dark. He thinks he's hot. He thinks he's stealthy. He thinks he's slick. I can see you. See, I think it's a shame that in vanilla, this kind of bounty hunting is so unrewarding, because this kind of combat is kind of fun. Is it? Especially once you get like if you can salvage like a cruiser early on. And then, you know, you find like a level 5 officer in a derelict and slap him inside the cruiser. Feels pretty good. Get a little bit of that ramming damage. But why are you venting, you stupid idiot? Oh, I'm still overloaded. My mistake. I was like, why are my shields not turning on? I guess I made this... Why was that kite venting to a chain gun? There's no way this thing did enough hard flux damage, right? No thoughts on no black market as a challenge run? I mean, that makes sense as a challenge run. I think the way that Starpocalypse handles it, from what I understand, you need a contact to access the black market, which that idea just makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we could just recover it. It's fine. It's got a couple D-mods now. No big deal. Structural damage, faulty subs... Yeah, it's fine. We can cope with this. Let's grab this. Let's grab that. Maybe head over to repair a little bit. Yeah, just after I insult the AI, I nearly die in a worse way. I never said I was perfect. What? Oh, my transponder wasn't on. Whoops. I forgot. I hit, in the middle of that chase down, I hit, go dark, and I forgot to turn my transponder back on. Oh well. I think my reputation will survive. I think I'll just take the missile racks. And I can slap a chain gun on there. Excellent. Unfortunately, yeah, they always spawn with missile specialization in the Persian League, but I don't have much I can do with that. Not yet, anyways. What do you think the remnants do all day? I don't know, patrol? What do you do all day? Yeah, that's what I thought. Whoa there. How are they chasing me? What, is the station going to chase me? Explain that. I mean, all of my ships are outfitted for combat anyways, so it's kind of whatever. Actually, this is kind of brilliant. Because all of my ships are just here to fight anyways. So it basically, this is no different from just deploying my whole fleet for combat, except that the enemy has their I bait it. Wait, this is a brilliant bait. Because now they're going to deploy some of their ships ahead of us to try and cut us off. Think about it. It's divide and conquer. We have successfully tricked them into dividing their own fleet. Oh, I'm out of charges. Whoops. Just gonna... yeah. Okay. We're back online. Let's get in there. Okay, maybe avoid this, because it's got mining blasters and annihilators, which is really bad for these shieldless ships. There we go. Gotcha. Yeah, because we just... that's the... If you can bait them into pursuing you when you're already outfitted for combat, you can trick them into dividing their own fleet. I mean, it's a pretty niche strategy. There's not a lot of times in the game where you can do that, but... it does pay off here. Come on. Come on. Fight back. Fight me. Yeah, that's what I thought. You guys thought you had an easy meal ticket. But actually, I was here to make money off of you. Alright, so I did lose my hound. That's fine. We can recover that. I mean, just look how different this is. You rarely get to see this kind of combat. I think part of what makes this work... Huh? What other ships? Is the ability to just level up fast enough. See, look. With times 4 XP, I'm level 3 already. And so part of what makes this fun is that you can just level up quickly and actually pilot. It's reasonable that you can pilot a wolf with like, systems expertise. Wait, did you... No, you didn't. You leveled up. Okay. Yeah, we'll get ordnance expertise. We'll make you a low-tech pilot. Yeah, frigate fights are fun. It's just that this phase of the game, basically, like, nobody experiences it anymore. I don't think that this phase of the game should last forever, but it should last more than nothing. Well, I would buy these if these were regular Shrikes, but pirate variant, I'm not so sure. Yeah, you can see Tempest being 90,000. It's like... Some people say, why buy the Shrike? Tempest for the same deployment points is twice the price, and normally, that's not a big difference. Now, it's a pretty significant difference. I'll go visit Tritachyon, see if I can get some Shrikes. And some heavy blasters. Just get a Medusa. Yeah, those are also good, but they're also, again, pretty expensive. Right, credits matter here. Shrikes are so terrible. They're really not. They really aren't. They're very okay. It's definitely worse. Alright, there's too much Shrike hate in the comments. I guess I have to prove everyone wrong. Shrikes are... I'm not going to say they're great, but I am going to say you guys are underselling them. They're not... They're really not bad. Of course, the only Shrike is on the open market, so I can't afford it. Brilliant. Well, I guess I've got to prioritize other things anyways. Let's get some of those. Let's get some of those. Although, annoyingly, medium sabos are more of a hegemony thing, so I'm going to have to visit them. Also got to keep a lookout for the Safety override blueprint, because that's really useful. No, the AI is not terrible with a Shrike. It's not the end of the world. I mean, this would be fun to pilot, but, yeah, 300,000 credits. Gonna hopefully have to salvage one of those. Now, there's probably some pirates that have respawned. Let's just get back over there. Go away. No. So earn a little cash, maybe get a dram. Go exploring. See what happens. So let's check our missions. Yeah, there's 2 down here. Although withdrawn. Unfortunate. Probe orbiting a frozen world, barren world. Okay, well let's grab this one and just hope that more missions spawn in that direction. What happened with the crew loss counter? Yeah, that run is over. We're just starting a new thing now. Do you have a mod that makes ships more expensive? Yes, I do. So they didn't respawn around here. Maybe if I go to the jump point. You didn't rage quit, did you? No, I just got to the point. We just spawned in the... figured out how to spawn in the Tesseract bounty. Made a little slip up, and we died. And decided, you know what? That's just the canonical ending to that run. We just died. Although I guess I should remove that tag now, just so that people don't get confused. Because we're not in that run anymore. Is there anybody out here? Really? It's pretty common for them to be hanging around that fringe jump point. Guess not. Let's see, hold on. I'll visit Jangala to see if I can get some Sabo pods first. What is the theme for this run? Oh, hey, safety overrides. Hello. The theme for this run is just, well, I'm just really I'm just playtesting a mod I'm working on, so I guess that's the theme. The theme is playtest. Hold on. I'll just add that in text. Playtesting mod. Playtest, or more specific, playtesting modded economy. There we go. And we'll make that visible. That's what we're doing. Fortunately, no Sabopods by the looks of it. Tritakion. I guess I'll drop by Ragnar Complex and hope that they have it. And if I'll have to, I can sell some of my other weapons. Yeah, big brain mod for real certified gamers. The working title is A Long War. As a reference to a much better mod for a different game. Speaking of, maybe I should just play... Maybe I should play XCOM Long War on a series of streams. That could be fun. Okay, again, where's the Sabopods? I know you guys sell them, right? If we go... Right, we go to weapons. Nope. We go weapons. Medium. Missile. You ready for this? Sabopod. Who sells them? Hegemony. When is Moneyfish, though? Yes. It's coming. They're trolling me. You're trolling me here. No frickin' way. Well, I don't have any money now. I was kinda hoping to do things a little bit differently here, but I guess I'll do this bounty. Should be able to quickly make enough cash to get some more fuel capacity, and then go do that mission. Then we'll come back and try to get our hands on some stuff. Yeah, medium sabos is not Tritachion's thing, apparently. They don't sell that. Even though they would really like to use them. And in fact, they might be part of... I'm not sure, but they might be part of Tritachion's doctrine. Because I have noticed that the factions that sell certain things in the Codex don't always match up exactly to what the factions actually use. How does halved commodity pricing affect scavenging? Well, the thing is, scavenging is based off of... the way that scavenging works is different from what you're thinking. It doesn't give you like a fixed value, like number of commodities. Instead, it generates a number of credits that's supposed to be the value, and then it distributes those as commodities. So you can keep that totally the same. Oh, look at this guy. He thinks he's so tough. Well, I think the part of the reason that it's value-based is so you don't run into this exact issue that we're talking about. Right, because it's value-based and then it distributes it to the commodities. It means you can modify the commodities without worrying about ruining salvaging. Which, by the way, I chose to do anyways. I cut the salvage value for ships in half. But debris fields I did not touch. Those are worth the same. No, I'm trying to do this. Thank you. Of course, the hound got disabled. It's a hound. Oh, you know what? I have safety overrides now. I should really be adding that. I forgot. Please forgive. I didn't. Let's just back up a little bit. There we go. Okay, so those shepherds are probably going to be a pain. Thank you, little asteroid. I'm gonna try and sneak around and kill these. Especially when the wolf has such a small shield arc, these mining drones can actually be a threat. You have paper-thin armor and a small shield arc. Not a great combination. can't catch the enemy swarmers on my shield. Means I've got to move a little bit. Yeah. Beautiful. That takes care of enemy fighters. So it's just the kite and the Wayfarer. Now it's just a Wayfarer. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's not surrendering. It's not running away. Ain't no bitch. He's gonna fight to the last man. Did you modify? Yeah, I did modify. I tripled the value of system bounties so that they don't suck anymore. They're still not the fastest way to make money, but, you know. They don't need to be. What am I gonna do with you? Missiles? Missiles. We'll go with missiles. Okay, so that's a decent amount of money. Now I can go buy a dram and a bunch of fuel. Yeah, it does seem like the best way, like in vanilla, the best way to use system bounties is to just farm reputation. But I don't want reputation. I want money. So I made them give me money. It's that simple. I do want those antimatter blasters. Even though I don't have any ships that are actually going to use them yet. I'm just going to buy the dram. Let's see. Let's do that. And now we need some fuel. Look how cheap that is. Now we can get out there. Or can we? Not quite. Okay, we need a little more fuel. Now we can get out there. Yes. Did you nerf hull restoration / derelict? No, I didn't. But the flip side to that is, because fuel and supplies are cheaper, a lot of these other skills lower in the industry tree aren't as valuable in the early game. Because normally these are really, really good in the early game. But now they're just kind of, they're alright. Because the supply costs are lower. But on the flip side, yeah, hull restoration and it's kind of insane. Alright, come on. Give me lucky. Let's get lucky. Let's just get a level 7. Or we could get a destroyer. But that would slow us down. For a mediocre... I mean, at this like stage of the game, getting an enforcer just is really tough. It's a tough nut to crack. I mean, these things are going to slow... Burn 7? No thanks. Okay, I said no thanks, and then I clicked the wrong buttons. I just left for an hour. What did I miss? Did you finally get the bounty? Well, no, we didn't get the bounty. What we did is we figured out how to spawn it in. Apparently, if you're in dev mode, you can just hit Control-N, and it'll spawn the Tesseract bounty on top of you. And then I just... Well, we got like half... We got Honestly, I don't think we were necessarily going to lose, because we still had... The onslaughts were still alive. But after losing the Radiant, I was just like, yeah, I think... I accidentally used Phase Skimmer to go forward when I meant to go backwards, and then at that point I was like, yeah, I think we're just going to say that we died. That run canonically ended in everyone dying. John Saint Sector died, so that John Devil Sector could live. Did just get a level 5. Yeah, that's pretty good. You're going in a Hound. Speaking of... Oh yeah, I can't remove these. We're not at a, not at a little storefront. Is John Devil Sector just derelict ops and suicide bombing? No, that would be John Ludd Sector, because that's the Luddic Path. Nice. Survey ship, nice. And in this run we can actually salvage, because we don't care if people die. It's just rip bozo. Should have salvaged better, idiot. Hold on, can I grab this? Another survey ship. Or maybe the same one. Guess we'll find out. Okay, let's see if we can scan this. And then get into the planet's shadow. Excellent. Okay, I want to outrun it, because I do want to get to the other side. There does seem to be other stuff. This one's the... No, I'm trying to click on the cargo pods. Thank you. Okay, let's go backwards and go forwards. There we go. Yeah, there's another one. Automated defenses. Well, that's scary. Yeah, I don't really need anything else. We can do it with just this. Whoa. Easy there. Teleports behind you. Nothing personnel, Gamma Core. Actually, I don't think they even have Gamma Cores, so that doesn't make sense. Wait, who is flying this thing if there's no Gamma Core? Is there just a Delta level AI? Is that what it represents when an automated ship has no core? It's just a sub-Gamma level. Apparently they all really want me to find this survey ship, huh? Okay, I'm gonna try and grab all of these supplies so that way I can dump them into one group and then stabilize them for like 2. So if I need to come back and get more supplies, they'll be there. Oh wow, there's 3 different survey ships. You know what that means, is that the mothership has got to be in this neighborhood somewhere. There's no way all of these survey ships would be around like this. Ligma Core. Did bro start a new playthrough? Yes. Technically, you can go without any cores, but, I mean, if you're going to grab Radiance, you've got to at least put in... You've at least got to give them the Raspberry Pi. Those Gamma cores. Because the difference when you get... Like, the difference between systems expertise and not having systems expertise is pretty big. For those Radiants. Phase Skimmer benefits a lot. It's just integrating like you can throw in like just throw in like a Gamma Core with fully integrate it, get combat endurance, helmsmanship, systems expertise, target analysis. But just those 4 skills make a big difference. Really? I didn't finish it off? Alright, hold on. There we go. I outrange you and I'm faster than you. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. Now cry. Let loose the frogs of war. Yes, cry havoc and let loose the frogs of war. Did they nerf Fearless? That's something I've heard. Balan. But I haven't, What did they change about it? That might be something that happened before I started playing. Yeah, there's not much of a point being out here to harvest these things when I don't have the space to... Did I leave behind? Yeah, I did. Okay. So once again, I'm going to move over, dump the supplies, stabilize the orbit for just 2. And if I come back out here, which I might because of these, then I can at least find those supplies. And it's a survey ship right there. And now I've got my systems expertise. So we're going to need a little more cargo space, I take it. Let's visit Chico Mostok. Surely they'll have Sabos. Yeah, the derelict bounties, you know, not to be underestimated, because those come with guardians. .95 was the last time they were good. Did I start in .95 or 6? I think it might have been .95. But then I guess I was just too new to notice a difference. Was there anything in the patch notes that said they significantly changed Fearless AI? Yeah, all my Radiance run up Microsoft Clippy. Jeez. Alright, like, at that point, why not just spawn in? Why not just open console commands at that point, alright, if you're going to be that powerful? Damn space fairies trying to get at my engines. Let's see. Oh, they've got a... I was like, I could take that. But then I saw... No, they've got a Manticore. I can't take that. Oh yeah, I also nerfed this. 0% XP for this, but I think I've got to use it. Because the fleet looked small, but it's like, oh wait, they've got a Manticore. I can't kill that. It's impossible. Ah, Sabos. Excellent. Okay, now I can slap safety overrides on this thing. Beautiful. And we'll keep the reinforced bulkheads as well. That looks good. And for you, I think what I'm going to do is get... It's going to S-mod that. Yeah, what's funny is, so like, the way that it's supposed to work is that you're not supposed to get the bonus XP on this up front. Is that bonus XP is supposed to encourage you to use more short-term uses for story points. But I've kind of done the opposite here, where I give you more bonus XP from things like giving your officers elite skills normally doesn't give you any bonus XP. But the problem with that is it makes it really hard to experiment with different kinds of builds. So I said, fuck it. You get 100% bonus XP from getting elite skills on your officers. And also officers spawn more often and they level up faster. So it's not quite as good as the ability to just like store officers and trade them out whenever you want. But it is much easier to raise new officers and get the skills that you want. It's not as, and like, you're not punished as hard for, like, getting elite skills, because now you get bonus XP. But on the flip side, disengaging from an enemy fleet, you get 0 bonus XP, right? That's cheating. You're running away like a coward, which I am doing. So, that applies to me too, but still. It's too easy. Alright, let's go get a Shrike. Oh, do I actually have enough? Well, I could sell some of those supplies. I got an insane amount. Just kite away the Manticore. Look, I've tried that. I've definitely tried that sort of approach and being like, oh yeah, we've got like a wolf and all this. We can kill a Manticore. But usually you can't. Maybe in an Enforcer, but a Manticore is a little bit of a tougher nut to crack, even though it has less armor. It's just got more firepower. It makes it difficult to approach. Okay, here we go. Shrike. Boom. Now we can do the thing. Throw that on, throw that on. S-mod this. This is it. This is what you do. This thing is pretty strong. Now, let's see. Can I generate 20 points? It's not going to... it's alright. How about you? How about 40? Sure, let's go with that. No mining lasers? I've been finding... I guess early game they make more sense as a way to like fight back against fighters. But I find later on in the game it's just, it doesn't like... I mean, it's got a 360 shield, right? It kind of doesn't matter. I think what's interesting is that I've done some pretty extensive testing with the personalities for this kind of build. And Steady is the best personality. Which is odd, because I'm sure most people would expect it to be, like, aggressive or reckless, because it's a safety override build, but no. Steady works better. Because it'll still rush forward to chase down frigates. Right? It's still, like, steady officers aren't, like, super defensive. They'll still chase down, like, when they have an advantage. But they'll play more defensive when they don't have the advantage. Which works a lot better for the Shrike. Of course, I could also pilot it myself. I do have systems expertise. Then I guess I'd be leaving the wolf in the hands of an AI. I don't know if that's the best idea. Well, it's certainly not the worst thing ever. But I think what you can do is... I think I'll try a safety override wolf. With heavy blasters. See how that goes. Wait. Oh. Well, that's not good. So look, this is a steady officer. He's still approaching and getting overloads with this thing. Surprisingly works well. I don't know why, because there's a lot of other ships that don't work if you give them a steady officer, but the Shrike, it just does. I don't know what's up with that. I guess it's just built different. What is a new playthrough plan? Well, right now I'm just playtesting this little mod. I think for the next couple of weeks I'm going to take a break from Star Sector playthroughs. I'll just stream like FTL, and I'll finish and I'll actually post some videos, right, to finish like the tier lists for Star Sector that I've been working on. I mean, plasma burn's part of the fun. If I had plasma jets, it'd be too powerful. So the alternative here would be to switch these. No, not that. This. There we go. I do actually have enough sabos. There we go. So this build makes a lot of sense, but I don't know if it can... I don't know if the AI can pilot this. It might be too sophisticated. Alright, I've got to turn on auto fire. I guess I should give the AI a chance to pilot this. We'll see. Because like the big point of this build is that you don't engage the enemy head on usually. What you do is you wait for the AI to get distracted fighting something else, and then you kill it with your heavy blaster. Let's see, can you pilot this? If I set you to autopilot, can you do it? Probably not. See if you're right, expanded missile max swarmer missiles. But why swarmers? Yeah, I'm not sure this is going to work. Maybe if he had more skills, but... it was alright. We'll switch back. He can pilot this just fine. Well, let's get some more fuel. Get back out there. Exploration. I could take this mission, but there's all these survey ships out here. I don't have any cargo space, though. Got that. Let's throw that on there. Let's drop that, throw in more cargo space. Okay, that does help a little bit. Probably not going to need these. And sell those. Yeah, I don't think I'm using any of these. Not for now, anyways. Can I afford... I could afford a mud skipper. How much cargo space is that? 70. If I throw on expanded... that'd be like 100 extra. Yeah, I think when you double the price of ships, you start seriously considering options like the mud skipper. Something I would never do normally. Alright. I think now's a good place to call it. I guess if I find the time tomorrow, I'll post this rebalancing mod to the forums. See if people are interested in it. And yeah, this week I've got to finish up the... start putting out some actual Star Sector videos. And the streams will not be Star Sector for the next couple of weeks. Instead, I'll just stream other games. At least that's the plan. This fleet building is definitely more interesting than mine. It's more interesting than how I normally do it. Which is, normally I'd buy a Buffalo. Just kind of straight for the Buffalo, straight for some high-tech frigates. But that's just too expensive now. John Faster Than Lifetime. Yes, exactly. So thank you all for showing up. I hope you had a good time. I'll see you all next time.